Aha. Hello, greetings.
Hi.
Welcome. Yeah, happy
Thank
solstice. It's auspicious time to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. And welcome to others. We'll wait for a few minutes to start. And what time is it with you in Italy, Rosalba?
It's 10 p.m.
Okay, not too bad. But Bharti, what time is it with you in India? You must be later. If she can hear me. Bharti Jain is joining us from India. And Nicola, where are you speaking from? Here's Chris. Chris is joining us from Latvia, I believe. So we're an international group, and welcome. People will be coming and going through the night, and you know, we have some interesting talks and things lined up, and we're going to record it. So if people can't be bothered to stay up all night, they'll be able to listen. So welcome. Nicola, you can't hear, is that right? If you can hear me, can you put your thumbs up like that? Okay. Maybe, Nicola, you need to investigate your audio setting or something.
Yeah, okay, I can hear now, thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you. And where are you speaking from, Nicola?
I'm in Hove.
Oh my God, I grew up in Brighton, so I know it well. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I went to Brighton, Hove and Sussex Grammar School, which is now Baswick.
Oh, yeah. My younger son went there.
A small world, eh? And
Yeah.
Hi, Thomas. Hi, everybody.
oh, wow, I love.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening.
Yeah.
How are you?
Where are you
Hi,
speaking?
namaskar to everybody from India. Bharti Jain from India.
Okay, I love the performance stage you've created. That's brilliant. Yeah, namaskar to you too. Okay, we're going to make a start. People will come in late. That's their thing. I'm going to start with a moment's reflection. We're here to celebrate the solstice and to do some work together, spiritual work, some healing, and you know, focus our energy. So let's just for a moment be quiet. I'm just going to start with my Tibetan gong, and we'll make a start then with our first talk, which I think Chris is going to go with that. Right, welcome everyone. So salam, peace, Mia and shalom and shanti. Just to say by the way of introduction, our Stonehenge Midsummer Peace Festival, we did this last year for 24 hours and it was very successful. I thought this year we'd run it again, but maybe less ambitiously, do it for 12 hours only. So that is still quite a lot to stay up till 9 tomorrow morning. I don't expect everyone on this beginning to be here at 9 in the morning. I know some of you like to sleep at normal hours, so that's fine. I'm going to be staying up all night, and other people will be joining us tonight. And you know, I've been a Druid for many years. I've been at Stonehenge. I used to run the Peace Stewards campaign for Stonehenge. I chair the Truth and Reconciliation Commission there, and I've chaired 33 meetings in and around Amesbury, Stonehenge. You know, trying to get a a better deal for the pagan community and the Druid community of Britain, so they can use their sacred sites. They don't have to pay, they don't have to be like tourists, you know. I took it on as an issue because I ran a mediation service dealing with conflict resolution, inspired by going to the Vatican, meeting lots of interfaith peace activists. And I realized nobody else was doing it. There's no mediation service dealing with religious conflicts. And that made me like step up to the breach and set it up. That was in the 90s. And then that's how I got involved with the Druid community. I'm currently the peace officer of the British Druid Orders Council and setting up a European Council of Druids as well. You know, hopefully we'll joined by people involved with those projects. And I think the Druid message is important. The reason I bother with this is because they were the peace activists of their day in the ancient times. Druids never fought. They were like Jains. We're joined by a Jain from India tonight, which is lovely. They were sworn to non-violence and they resolved conflicts through spiritual understanding. The Druid worked at a higher level and was to try to get to the root cause of conflict. We're facing a world in meltdown. We have conflicts going on, you know, Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, just to mention a few. So as a Druid, I'm saying, let's get to the cause of them, let's understand them. That's the point of this Peace Festival. We'll hear speakers addressing aspects of that. To me, part of it is our ancient wisdom. And I've spent years writing this encyclopedia of Druid studies and 50 other books about ancient wisdom and how we can revive it in today's modern scientific jargon. So I've just finished a 3-volume encyclopedia of religious mathematics. And one of our speakers tonight will be talking about mathematics and what's gone wrong with it. You know, and the Druids were the mathematicians of the Celts. If you look at Stonehenge, these are laid out quite systematically. They had a high level of knowledge. Right, so that's the point of this evening, and welcome. Everyone here already is, you know, a luminary in your own right. I'm going to ask, if I may, our scientist Chris Busby to go first, because he sort of booked the open slot. And he has something important to tell us, he told me. I don't know what it is, but I imagine it's something to do with ecology. He's one of the leading green scientists of Europe. Chris is an immensely learned man. And he joined us last year briefly. So welcome again, Chris. I think you're in Riga in Latvia, is that right?
Yes. So it's 2 hours later here.
Right, okay.
That's why I wanted to go on early.
No, I understand totally. So you go for it. Tell us what it is. You've got the floor, you know, and I'm looking forward to this very important thing.
Well, before I get going on that, I will give you a poem. Since I understand that poetry is part of this.
Absolutely.
So this is a poem which I wrote on an aeroplane flying over America about 4 years ago. I wrote it on the back of a menu. I work in America as an expert witness for a number of radiation cases. And they fly me over there, and I always say, you've got to fly me first class. So I go over on Virgin Atlantic where you can lie flat and they feed you champagne the whole way. So I wrote this on the back of the menu, and it's called Miami Beach. So here we go. Don't speak of euros, pounds, and greenback dollars. Life is the only currency. Time is the gold standard. Banks in the lifespan bank at birth and wasted, poured away down the drain of work, at which you spend your time, your real wealth, and in exchange receive these worthless tokens. Look at the children, look, see the energy and sparkle of youth, the gloss on the peach, the zone, the young girls on the bus to town, giggling and laughing, and the boys dancing and spinning in a universe of noise. And behind all this delight and love, the truth. Apart from those who die or kill themselves, or those who escape in boats or cardboard boxes, hunted by social services and laws like foxes, or are locked up in the madhouse like my Ruth, all of them will end up in the swamp, sinking in the mud of endless debt, treading on each other's faces to survive and becoming entrepreneurs just to stay alive. Or the circular confidence trick of teaching facts, selling and buying certificates of worth, nonsense BSc and PhD. Whilst behind all of this absurdity, the earth is stripped of all uranium and gold, the air and water filled with poison, and at the same time, all the kids grow old, and all the love within them just grows cold. So change your life, throw away the dough, give back your ticket, walk out of the show. I've told you everything you need to know.
Well, that's a great poem to start with, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm in Latvia on the edge of an enormous forest, 5,000 acres. And I've got an old property here that was built by a Swede in 1890 for the railway. And pictures in the attic of the old Soviet steam engines. This was a big railway junction. It was the Russian oil trains vent spills. It used to be called Kurland or Kurland. And the Nazis held that here against the might of Stalin's troops for the whole war. This house was the German headquarters. So I've come here to escape from Brexit. Something is very bad is happening with the world, and this was predictable. With Brexit, I'd had enough of England and its stupid, arrogant, brutal culture of vertical domination and dishonesty. I have represented nuclear test veterans in the English and Scottish courts and seen dishonesty in judges directed by the British establishment. The brutal use of power that has become now like the Soviet system or like banana republic, so I left. Now, like Newton, who went away and hid in Lincolnshire during the time of the plague, it's given me a lot of time to think. So I've sat here like Newton trying to figure things out a bit more. I've sort of thought all my life about these, but about the nature of reality and about the dissonance between the scientific worldview and the reality of what we all know. We all know that paranormal phenomena occur. Rupert Sheldrake wrote several books about this, about experiments that cannot be explained by science, about the interconnectedness of all things. And in fact, religions mostly go on about the interconnectedness of all things. But science doesn't permit us to think in these terms. Now, I'm a scientist. I use the methods of science in order to fight the scientists who work for the government and for the establishment and for the big companies like Monsanto and the radiation, the nuclear industry and the military and so forth. So I can use the methods of science. I use them rather like taking out a calculator and pressing buttons and getting an answer, because I don't like science. I do not like science at all. It's a very powerful tool if it's used properly. But then what I want to say tonight is about how dangerous it is. The problem is with science is that it employs rational thought. Now, I think a lot of people may dislike where I've got to in all of this, but I got to the point where I realized that there are two, well, just like the anthropologist, Levi Brule, discovered when he studied primitive tribes and the way they thought, there are really only two types of things. There's what he might call Western intellectual thought, and there's primitive thought. And the interesting thing is that all primitive tribes, all primitive societies think the same way. They think magically. They think magically in terms of images. But rational thought cannot describe that sort of, those sorts of ideas. It just cannot. I mean, for example, you may want to consider describing a painting and what you feel about the painting when you look at a painting. But really you can't. I mean, clearly there are art critics and they write all sorts of things about paintings. But the reality of what you think when you're in love or when you see a painting or when you feel some emotion, it cannot be described in rational terms. It cannot be described in sentences. There are no words to describe it. You can say to somebody, I love you. But what does that mean? It doesn't in the slightest bit relate to the feeling that you have when you love somebody. And there are all these different kinds of love as well, but you only have one word for it, you see. So my first message, if you like, is that rational thought is actually dangerous. It's useful as in the same way as a calculator is useful. So you can take it out, if you like, and you can analyze things. But as David Hume said in the 17th century, what you're really doing then is you're having an emotional relationship with the concepts, with the ideas, and then you're pasting in the rational thought afterwards. So when you're doing science, what you do is not rational at all. It's emotional. It comes from a different part of your head. And then you come along afterwards and you reduce it into something that you call science. But the problem with that is, in order to reduce it, what you have to do is you have to put it into some kind of system that enables you to do calculations. So you have to make all sorts of assumptions and reductions and compressions, if you like, of the ideas, so that you can turn them into something that you can manipulate in numerical terms. And that's what science does. Now, that way of thinking is not the same as the way of thinking of primitive peoples. There was a very famous painting by William Blake. You probably all know it. It's called Isaac Newton, or Newton. And it shows a naked man sitting on a seashore, holding a pair of dividers and measuring a little piece of sand in a circle of light, where all around him is darkness. And if you go into the Euston Road and you go to the British Library there, you'll see a representation of that same painting, a huge sculpture where you have this enormous Newton character there measuring a piece of the ground. But of course, it doesn't represent what Blake meant, because Blake was saying that all that Newton was doing with his mathematics and his calculations of the orbits of the Earth and spectra of light and so forth, he was looking at some tiny little piece of reality in a particular way, measuring it, saying so many angstroms or so many inches or so many gravitational constants or ergs or dynes or whatever it was. And science has come forward from then, parallel with rational thought. And rational thought suffers from exactly the same problems as science. It's very, very dangerous. And it's, if you like, in a way, it's led us to COVID, because what we have is we have scientists. There they are. There are people who go through college and university and so on, and they can do all the exams. So, you know, that you can give them a problem and they'll get the right answer. And then they become a professor, and then they get employed by the government as a scientific advisor and all the rest of that stuff. But the real world goes on outside, goes on behind the scenes, just like the darkness in Newton's painting, in William Blake's painting of Newton. So the first message that I have, and this is not the most important one, this is just by the way, really, is that if we're wondering why we got to this point where where the world is falling to pieces, it's falling to pieces because from Descartes onwards, we have been dealing with the world in terms of rational thought. And rational thought is a dangerous system. Right, that's the first point. Now, the second point is much more crazy. Much more crazy. But I think it's probably true. If you read a lot of modern philosophy, and particularly on the sort of magical end, if you like to call it the Druid end, I don't know, whatever, you know, the crazies, if you like, okay. There's a lot of talk about quantum theory. Okay? Everything is quantized now, you know, it's quantum this and quantum that and quantum the other. But quantum theory is really an explanation, a scientific explanation of some observational phenomena, which turned up when they started looking at light at the beginning of the last century, around about 1910 or earlier. And they had to explain what they saw, because I mean, really, if we're scientists or if we're natural philosophers, I prefer the term, we need to accept everything that we see. You know, I mean, we all see things that are unimaginably impossible. Things that, I mean, most people that you talk to, you say, what about ghosts? And you're all sitting down at night and getting drunk and talking. Everybody, well, 90% of people will admit to having seen a ghost or had some paranormal phenomenon that cannot be explained. You know, jumping backwards and forwards in time, things dropping and disappearing and then reappearing the next week in exactly the same place, all sorts of crap like that, okay? Everybody knows this happens, but science denies it utterly because it cannot possibly explain it. I mean, Sheldrake set up these experiments where dogs, you may all know this, he videoed dogs, and they would all run through the door at the same time that their owner was going to come back, thinking about coming back. The owner could be in Canada. The owner could be miles away, but the dogs always knew exactly because he had 2 video cameras, one on the dog, one on the person. So the person gets up to come home, the dog jumps up, same time. These cameras are all. Now that's impossible. But science says that there's an inverse square law of energy. So in other words, if the person that's coming home is putting out energy, there has to be enough energy for that to get to the dog, you know. And since energy dissipates according to the inverse square law, it's because it has to go out in a globe. Because I mean, the energy doesn't know where the dog is. The dog could be anywhere. So the dog is somewhere on a sphere that's expanding out from the person, you see. Okay, this is impossible. And there are lots and lots of things like that are impossible. And quantum theory is also impossible. In fact, Schrödinger didn't like quantum theory at all. He just came along and put a few mathematical symbols onto what had been developed by Bohr and Heisenberg and those people that nobody understood, probably them as well, and certainly not me. But I can do the maths. I used to teach this crap, all right, at the University of Kent, because nobody else understood it, and I could do all the numbers. You know, I didn't understand it either. Because it can't be understood. That's why it's impossible. It's impossible. Okay, I'm going to explain how it works. This is the message, right? I got through this by thinking about The Sims. My children had a program called The Sims. I don't know if you know, but this is a computer program, you know, and you can create a little world with people and they go to work and they come back and they go to the toilet and they earn money and they love each other and all this shit, okay? It's, and I got to thinking, what would happen if one of these guys in The Sims was a scientist? He's in a computer program now, right? Okay, not real. He's in a computer program. Now, what would happen if he decided to start measuring things? What would he find? Now, the first thing that he would discover is that nothing can exist inside the clock cycles of the computer. Right? The clock cycles of the computer. Something happens and then something else happens and then something else happens and then something else happens. And it all happens bloody quickly, all right? So, I mean, this thing works at 2 gigahertz, right? So that's 2 billion cycles per second. But anyway, if you get down to a small enough unit, a small enough pixel, that doesn't matter. If you're going fast enough, that doesn't matter. Nothing can happen. If I press a key that says M, what happens is that M is immediately registered by the computer. And if I press N, then the N is registered, and that goes around in a system called the bus. But nothing can happen between a clock cycle and the next clock cycle. It doesn't exist. There's nothing there. So if a scientist in The Sims decided to look at the spectrum of light or tried to look at anything at all, he would discover that there were gaps in the time. Now, the famous quantum equation is E equals h nu. Nu is frequency, so that's hc upon lambda, where that's lambda's a wavelength. But you can turn that on its head, and you can say that instead of energy being quantized, this is quantum theory, energy is quantized. You can only have this energy or this energy or this energy or this energy. This is real. This is what they discovered when they started looking at spectra in 1901. And so they explained it in terms of quantum theory. They said, oh, energy is quantized. You can only have this quantum or this quantum or this quantum energy. But actually, you can also just turn the equation on its head and say you can only have this time or this time or this time or this time. You have a continuous amount of energy. You can have an energy continuum, but you can only have this time or this time or this time. Now, where does that happen? It happens in the computer. You can only have this time or this time or this time or this time. Right. So what that means, or it doesn't mean for sure, but it certainly supports the idea that none of us, nothing is real, okay? That in fact, we all live in a computer world, like in the Matrix. Now, there's one other consequence of this too, is if you consider what the fastest thing that can happen in a computer program is defined by the speed of the clock, the computer clock, 2.5 gigahertz in this computer. Nothing can go faster than that, okay? So there's a limit on the speed of any object in a computer program. It's defined by the clock cycle speed. So the speed of light in the Sims computer would be a constant. That's Einstein's first postulate. So relativity, which is the speed of light, is a constant, and everything has to go on there. And quantum theory, and everything has to go on according to quantum theory, are both symptoms or indicators that the world we live in is a computer program, or at least a digital program of some sort. Okay, right. Now there's another thing here, and that is that distance is meaningless in a computer program. So if somebody's in Canada and somebody else is in, you know, Bexley Heath, bloody awful place. Anyway, but let's say they are. God save us. I mean, you know, nobody would ever want to be anyway. Still, let's say they are. Okay, they could be instantaneously communicating. Everything is connected, just like all the ancient religions say. You know, everything is connected. We are all one part of this and that. It would exactly be the case if we were in a computer program. And gods and goddesses would be just subroutines, just like they are in the Matrix, right? And religions, any sort of religion would work inside the computer program because it would be a subroutine. Enough people believed in it, it would be real. And all these phenomena, like things disappearing and reappearing and all that, are just glitches in the computer program. So, I mean, I myself have experienced so many of these. Something falls. I had an experience about 10 years ago where a doorbell fell off a shelf and disappeared. It just totally bloody well disappeared. It vanished, right? And then, but near that was an umbrella, and it was raining. So I thought, to hell with it, it's disappeared. It'll turn up next week or something, because this happens to me all the time. It turns up in the same place, incidentally. I mean, maybe you've noticed this. Nobody's allowed to say this, of course, you know, because they think you're mad. But I'm old enough now not to care. So I'm going down the high street with my umbrella and it's raining. Suddenly there's a great bang on top of the umbrella and the doorbell appears out of the thin air and lands on the umbrella and falls into the street and the car runs over it. These things happen, but they only could happen in some kind of system like the one I'm describing. So that's my message now. There's a lot more of this, incidentally. But you know, in the time available, and I don't want you to freak out too much or just think I'm lunatic. Well, you probably do anyway, but still, I don't mind. Okay, I don't mind.
Very brave, Chris, to share that. I'm sure that other people here have some questions. Thank you for sharing, firstly, and you know, you're pointing to some very interesting paradoxes, which I also have been fascinated by for many years. The whole question of magical thinking, that's why I got interested in Druidry, when I realized that these so-called primitive traditions actually had great wisdom. And then the more I scratched away, I thought we don't have to go off as anthropologists to Africa to discover them. They're living here in Ireland or Wales or Scotland, you know, and their texts, the Druid texts, show these kind of phenomena that you're describing. And they somehow, I call it the paradoxical, the coincidence of paradoxes, or simultaneous paradoxicality, that for the Celts, dimensions of being coexist. I could be having this chat with you on Zoom, Chris, but you could be simultaneously talking to the god of Mananamaclia, the god of the sea, in his palace somewhere. Now that's what Celtic literature is full of, these simultaneous events. So that the being that is in you at the moment, or me, we're just part of a continuum of being, which coexists in divine worlds as well. And occasionally we can manifest between the worlds. That's what Celtic art was based on, the Druid spirals. those spirals, I think, are like quantum drawings showing the multi-dimensionality of being, that these levels coexist. And the whole, there's a whole literature of this, which is very interesting. I would also say that some of what you've been saying is very similar to what's being discussed in the David Lorimer's excellent Galileo Commission. I don't know if you've come across that.
I think I'm on that outfit really, but I haven't really got involved too much because I'm too busy doing other stuff.
Sure.
But and a lot of it is very wacko. See, the problem in this area is that it's really quite hard to what's to say? It's really quite hard to communicate because people think that you're talking about the same thing. There's a problem with words. It's a problem with rational thought. You say something in a word and they say, oh yes, that's right, but they clearly haven't understood what you're saying, because when you use that word, it's not the same word in their head that they see when they, I mean, the anthropologists have figured this one out long ago, because people used to go and study tribes, and then they used to think that the tribes were saying something, and actually they weren't saying that at all. Now, and there's a whole area of non-verbal communication. I mean, for instance, let's say somebody says to me, look, Christopher, what you're saying, it's very interesting. I mean, I've been talking lately a lot on an extended group of people who want to do artificial intelligence, right? And so to do artificial intelligence, you have, these are all programmers and philosophers. So they say, well, you have to program the machine to be intelligent. Problem with that is is in order to write a program, you've got to write all sorts of shit down, for it to do. But I say to them, well, how do you program this? I mean, that if somebody said, oh, Chris, you're talking nonsense, and I say, well, up yours, that is a very, very complicated message, which is converted from just a single hand gesture. And a lot of tribes use hand gestures in communication. I mean, there's some tribes that are almost entirely hand gesture communication, like, my mother-in-law, whatever, there's all these ways of communicating. And these things just are not translatable into rational thinking. They're the way people think. In fact, primitive thinking is the way people think. But this is my point really, is that, after about 17th century, people lost their way. They lost their way and they started talking nonsense. It sounds really great, if you read Locke or Kant or Spinoza or all those people, you can read it all and your mind just turns in sort of knots and you think, yes, we're jolly interesting, and also, but reality is actually out the window with those people, totally out the window. Anyway, that's my point.
I get the point. So we're going to go back to magical thinking, right? Okay, so Nicola, I'm sure you've got some comments you'd like to make, and then why don't you ask a couple of questions, and then Nicola's prepared a talk, I think, mathematics, magical mathematics, so that would fit nicely up.
That would be fun, yeah. Magical mathematics. I had a point. What was it about? Yes, you see that number, right? There's an interesting thing. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, to a lot of primitive tribes, they mean different things. If you say 2 of something, they consider the number 2 to be unlucky, or maybe lucky, or to be convertible into a buffalo or some shit like that. And when you say 2 beans, they think the buffalo is mating with his auntie or something like that. It's just complete lack of communication because the numbers don't mean the same thing at all.
Yeah, numbers are fascinating. And I don't think you know this, but I've just published since we last spoke this year, I've just done a 3-volume work in honor of Newton. And I'm glad you mentioned Newton in our first talk tonight. I've written, it's a sort of homage to Newton, because in his last volume of Principia Mathematica, he says, look, dear friends, you've read this book with me. I've explained the mathematics of gravity, but I haven't explained how it works or why it works. And if you've listened this far, you will realize that I haven't even explained that. I've just done the maths. And I think probably how it works and why it works has got something to do with God. He says that it's called the general scholium. And he says, if you define God as a very fine spiritual aerial substance that interpenetrates all time and space, then that has got something to do with the causation of gravity. but I'm not going to talk about that now, he says. That will come later. And he ends the book at that point. So what I did this last year is I wrote the sequel to Principia Mathematica. And I turned the whole thing on its head. I called it Philosophiae Religionis Principia Mathematica, which is the religious principles of mathematics. And it's a huge work. I'll send you a sample of it. And I address all the stuff you've been talking about, quantum theory and things. So I think, you'll love it. And I would really like your critique of it. You can write a comment.
Well, whilst we're on the subject of God, actually, I don't have a lot of time for God. I think you should go to the Central Criminal Court in the Old Bailey and be tried for crimes against humanity. My position.
Absolutely. No, I see you're a Dionysius follower. I think
I'm a goddess person myself.
Yeah, quite. So
They're gotten.
There is a whole chapter on the goddess in the book on religious.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a question, of course, how many goddesses are there? How many?
Well, my favorite one is the Whore of Babylon.
Well, yeah. So D.H. Lawrence liked that one. He wrote a commentary on the Apocalypse. Not many people know.
Well, it's all the same, really. The white goddess, it's all that grave stuff, But there, she is there, she is there.
I know.
She's there in the computer program.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Chris. Does Rosalba, do you have a question for Chris before we move on to our next speaker? Or Barty, do you have a question for Chris? Or a comment? You can say what you think of his talk.
Stunned.
Rosalba's a Druidess joining us from Northern Italy. I'm sure she understands a lot of what you've been saying.
Sorry, I don't speak a very bad, I speak a bad English, but I feel very, very interesting what I understood. And I'd like to make something more. If possible, to have something more information by Chris.
I'm going to write all this stuff up. I've been too nervous to do it for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit like Darwin, you think about this stuff all your life and you stick it in a drawer and you can't quite believe it because it seems such crazy stuff, you think, Christ, people just laugh their socks off. But then in the end, I thought, no, this is important. And so I'm going to write it up. I mean, I've been thinking a lot. It's great being out here. You get lots of time to think and I can put all my stuff together. So yeah, so I'm going to publish it in the next few months. So watch this space. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicola, would you like to do a comment on Chris and then go for your talk? I know you're going to share with us some thoughts on mathematics and Pythagoras. So that's over to you.
Okay, yes. Well, yeah, I'm very interested in this idea of living in the matrix and how you came to it as well, actually, in terms of quantizing time rather than energy.
See, Planck's constant, E equals h nu. So you're saying energy is proportional to frequency, okay? And that seems to be true of all moving objects that are very small or very fast.
Yeah.
Now, Planck's constant is something that's 10 to the 37 erg seconds. So in other words, the clock speed of this particular computer is immensely fast, immensely fast. But it's still there. It still is a constant. So that's the point.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been very interested. Well, there's so the distinction or polarity between discrete and continuous is clearly a very important one in life and in Pythagorean mathematics, which is about life. I'm a member and a co-organizer of something called the Alternative Natural Philosophy Association. And I think, a lot of people in our group would be very interested in what you're doing as well. So, I mean, I think, so Thomas, you were saying I should give a link to my website, but I can give a link to the AMPA one as well, if you...
Okay. Well, anyway, I've sort of laid out my stall, as it were.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that's the basic idea. It's not actually terribly complicated, you know. I mean,
No.
it's fairly straightforward and it's easy.
It is very yeah, I like that. The question then, you know, I mean, the question of God, goddess, you know, the great oneness is, you know, because whenever you come to a system which is like a computer system, then there is a certain completeness about it. But then there's always the question of like, what is beyond it? So it's like, well, so who created it?
That's right. Well, of course, I mean, we can't go there. But then that's no more difficult a question than would be asked to one of my Jesuit supervisors when I was a Catholic. You know, it's who made God? I mean, it's the same question. Isn't it?
Exactly. And that's it. I mean, I think, yeah. So so the thing about Pythagorean mathematics is that it is directed towards the divine, and it's the divine within us, so that it is actually the belief. So there is and I think this is the problem with materialist science is, as you say, it's not you know, it is useful. The problem is that it's the sorcerer, you know, the sorcerer's apprentice, that it's used irresponsibly, and it's very limited.
Well, that's right. That's right. It doesn't really look at things that are of major interest to most people. That's the problem. I mean, Polanyi said that in '57 when he wrote that book about thought. Is that to most people, science is something that you do with transistors. You know, it doesn't actually say very much about the nature of humanity and the sorts of things that we are interested in, you know, like love and sex and marriage and getting drunk and all that sort of stuff. You can't describe it. You can't describe any of that stuff, the fun that you can have. Yeah. It's just there's nothing. And scientists, by my experience of scientists, they're pretty boring people, you know. I mean, like, forget it.
Yeah, well, I don't know real scientists, but anyway, shall I sort of explain a bit where I'm coming from in terms of Pythagorean? Shall I do that, Thomas?
Yeah, before you do your talk, maybe you could just introduce yourself. Give us a couple of minutes who you are. Tell us your life story, how you got into Pythagorean maths, and why are you in home of all places, you know? And then talk. We're looking forward to your talk. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, I mean, I actually now believe that I was a Pythagorean in a previous life, but it's only within the last few years that I've come to believe that. Initially, I was first called by mathematics when I was at school by projective geometry. I was very lucky to have a teacher who taught projective geometry. And there's a theory called Desargues. So which was very beautiful. But I can imagine that a lot of people don't know about Desargues' theorem, so I won't go a lot into that. So, and yeah, but before, I mean, it is an amazing theorem. But and before that I could do maths, but I wasn't really interested. Anyway, so then, I went to Cambridge. I went to Cambridge and studied mathematics, and it was very chauvinist, and the mathematics was very. I'd done a lot of it before, and anyway, so it was all quite depressing. But I was involved in theatre as well, which was political theatre, and it was and I wrote and directed a play based on Kafka's Der Prozess, which I called The Process, but obviously Der Prozess is in German is actually the trial. So anyway, and on the basis of that, I was given the opportunity to study theatre with Grotowski, who was an amazing, with Jerzy Grotowski in Poland. So I was on the way there, but I fell in love with a Chilean on the way and stayed in Berlin for a year or so. And then I was very lucky because I was guided by my guardian angel when we were back in England, my boyfriend then and I was guided into Camden library and Swiss Cottage Library, and I just remember just walking up and picking up this book, which was Dirac's Quantum Mechanics, and I opened it and I started looking from the beginning, which was unusual for me, and I thought this is why I was studying mathematics, because he does it in this very beautiful way, which I consider like a Brechtian way. The kind of theatre I was interested in was Brechtian, which is the thing about Brechtian theatre is that it's not trying to pretend stuff. And this was like with Grotowski as well. The Grotowski training was a yoga training that you take into yourself, and then you allow whatever you are tuning into to express. And the great thing about Dirac's quantum mechanics is that he was very clear. He was saying, this is what I want to do. And so these are what my assumptions were. It's also like Euclid as well. It's like you state what your axioms are. And so I thought this was why I wanted to do mathematics. This is the problem with science now, is that science assumes that matter precedes spirit. If it said we are going to take as an axiom that matter precedes spirit, then it would be scientific. But it's actually not scientific, because it's assuming it without saying that. So it's actually an ideology. We are living in a scientific ideology, a superstitious ideology, and which, as Chris says, it's very useful, but it's not actually. But it's a lie, unfortunately, and that is a lot of our socio-political problems are just to do with the fact that we have been used to living with lies for a very long time. Anyway, so yeah, anyway, I was basically guided by this to go back to mathematics, and I was guided, it was extraordinary how I was guided to Warwick University, and so I was able to complete my maths degree. But I also, I had a rebirth experience, and it was in the rebirth, well, it was actually, no, so there was an essay option, and that was when I decided I would work on, I knew that if I went back to study mathematics, I wanted to understand why I found it easy and so many people found it difficult, and B, what it was about mathematics that was so beautiful. And there was an essay option, and I decided to use that to look at the history and philosophy of mathematics, going back to Pythagoras. So now, so that's what I did. And then I started a doctorate and in University College, history philosophy doctorate. But in fact, I was then more interested. It was at that time, it was very difficult because it was a very logical, positivist stance there. And one had to actually argue for phenomenology, which was kind of like a crazy thing, because I wanted to start from phenomenology and go deeper. Anyway, I dropped out of my doctorate as well. And that I was part of a spiritual quest group, which turned out to be a cult, but I then was following my own path, and I got married and had 3 children, the middle one of whom has Down syndrome, and he's our Zen teacher. And then there were more, because I took on my stepdaughter, and I became an evangelist for inclusion. And as you know, Thomas, my strapline is people with learning differences, also known as disabilities, are the saviors of society. They can open our hearts and help us think outside the box. And this is not hyperbole. This is true, because people with learning differences or learning disabilities are not thinking, have not been shut down to think that, well, they've been tried to, but they actually have to think wider. They are wider. And if one spends time with people with learning differences and or, also known as learning disabilities, we can't play our usual games. So it calls us to be authentic it's anyway. So that, but yeah, so that's what I mean. But of course, the thing is that I was going on doing mathematics because Pythagorean mathematics is mathematics not as we know it. So having given that rather long, but I was very fortunate to be a member of this Alternative Natural Philosophy Association. I was kind of found through a lovely chap called Clive Kilmister, who's a professor of applied mathematics at King's College, and he saw my first chapter of my doctorate and was very interested and invited me. So that was my way to actually be able to sort of keep in touch with the alternative mathematic and scientific world. And then, but I was doing mathematics, which I say was Pythagorean mathematics. So now that was rather longer than I intended as an intro. So let's get back to Pythagorean mathematics. So the thing is that Pythagorean mathematics is, as I say, very different. It includes the mathematics that we know, but it's much, much wider. And that is what makes it totally different. And actually, to appreciate that, to get to realize that, is very, very simple. You just have to look at the etymology of the words philosophy and mathematics. And once you look at those and realize what is being said, they are Pythagorean words. They were coined by Pythagoras or in that community. Once you look at those words, it all starts, the lies that we've been told start to unravel. So, as I say, these are words that were introduced by the Pythagorean community, which was a community of love. And the true meaning of philosophy is not the love of wisdom, it's the wisdom of love. And you can see this so simply because all you have to do is look at all the other portmanteau words, Greek words, and the formation of them. So you look at geology, you look at astronomy, you see how does it go? Geology, gay is earth, logos is word or study. It's the study of the earth. Astronomy, astra are the stars, nomos is law. Astronomy is about the laws of the stars. Philosophy, philia is love, Sophia is wisdom. It's the wisdom of love. It's so obvious, and it's totally obvious. It corresponds totally to the nature of the Pythagorean community. And it's very, very interesting as well, and you will be interested in this, Chris, because there were 3 words for love in Greek. There was eros, which was romantic love or sexual love. There was agape, which is divine love, love of the divine. Philia is friendship, is the love within friendship, which was totally the way that community was. The inner community shared all their property. They were vegetarian. Men and women were equal. This is where, by the time you get to Plato, there is already a falling away from the commitment to the divine that existed in the Pythagorean community, because Plato disrespected women, as I think most people know. So yes, so philosophy is the wisdom of love. Mathematics, the other key Pythagorean word, is from ta mathemata, which means those things that have been learned. So Pythagorean mathematics are those things that have been learned through the wisdom of love. That's it. It's as simple as that. Right? And once you start there, then obviously it's totally different. What I'll just briefly go through a few things that come out of that. because I'm aware of the time, and obviously other people have contributions as well. But the first thing I think it's very important to know that the Pythagorean number, I mean, you know, you were talking about primitive understanding of number, Chris, and well, actually, I know what I'll say. So in the work that I've been doing in terms of reviving Pythagorean mathematics, is 21st century Pythagorean mathematics is, I could say, a quantum leap on. It is because there was a very big shift in the Renaissance, which was to do with the introduction of zero. But I won't go into, and this is to do with this difference between discrete and continuous, but I won't go into that very much now. It's fascinating, and it is part of having to you know, encompass that as part of going into 21st century Pythagorean mathematics from 6th century BC Pythagorean mathematics. But the first thing I will say is I think I would is that the way that it manifests, that you can see that it manifests, is that the mathematics that we have now, the normal mainstream mathematics, is basically visual and technical, technical and quantitative, clearly quantitative. The Pythagorean mathematics includes that, but it is also qualitative and spiritual and musical. The music is actually just reviving clearly what was in the Pythagorean mathematics, because we remember the Pythagorean theorem, which is a geometrical theorem, but the other really important thing that Pythagoras brought into European culture was the knowledge of the ratio of the ratios of integers involved in the octave. And it's very, I mean, there you see again this difference between discrete and continuous. So the music, it was the fact that these ratios of whole numbers actually give rise to this music. And whereas geometry is about lines. I'm writing a book called Mathematics and Morality, Refining Awareness, Deepening Love. And one of the chapters says numbers are not linear, because it's very important to understand that Pythagorean number is the whole numbers, the natural numbers. The ways of showing things were with pebbles. Geometry, lines, continuous, it is totally different, which is what you're talking about as well, Chris, when you're looking at quantum mathematics and turning things on its head and saying let energy be continuous and time discontinuous. And we might have another conversation sometime, because that is a very interesting area. But so that's one so that distinction. So the normal mathematics now, technical, quantitative and visual. Pythagorean mathematics includes the qualitative, the spiritual and the musical. One thing I'm really hoping I will be granted time to do within this particular matrix is to help to introduce teaching mathematics through music, because that would be a very different approach. But we'll leave that at the moment. Another thing that I just would like I would just like to talk about the epistemology of 21st century Pythagorean mathematics. And that there are two aspects to that actually. One is just to have is from a human a levels approach, where we say in terms of what we might, and I will start from where I love to start now, which is with Martin Buber. And Martin Buber's epistemology is, his classic book is called I and Thou. And he talks about the fact that we are either living in a second person world or we live in a third person world. And he calls, so there's the world of thou or the world of it. And when we're living in a third person world, we have to live in a third person world a lot, because controlling things, I pick up my pen, I do this, I do that, I'm da 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 da. We arrange. Communication is within a third person world, but actual communion is a second person phenomenon. And what he is saying is that the deepest second person relationship is from ourselves, with ourselves, to our creator, God or goddess. Finland is very interesting. Finnish is very interesting because they don't differentiate he, she, and it. Han is the indefinite pronoun, and I think that's Rudolf Steiner talks about the Finns and how interesting their psychology is, and I think that is a very interesting point. But so yes, so for Martin Buber, he said, God, our creator, whoever, that relationship is key. But we can relate to each other. We can relate to nature spirits, to trees, to anything as thou. And I have lived for a very long time like this, in terms of, I talk with all, I mean, I think it started with calling my first car blue. And I remember a boyfriend actually, I think he wrote some kind of funny, I was in some novel he wrote. Apparently he remembered me introducing, when he first got into my car, saying, Nick, this is blue, this is Nick. But when we talk with things want to help us. Anyway, so that's the Martin, that's the basic framework. But within as we come from, so our awareness is beyond words. Our awareness is where we are reaching out to the thou. But it's like going into a new territory. We create maps in order to go back, or also in order to communicate with others, because we are social beings. And so the epistemology, in terms of from thou to it, starts with awareness. Then it comes to consciousness. And that, I think, Chris, is this coming from the continuous into the discrete. So that is, I think, the discrete, as you say, is the matrix, but the awareness, we are able to reach outside, but that's meditation, whatever. So it's awareness to consciousness to language, because with consciousness, because consciousness is not yet language, because there might not be language for it. And that's the thing about poetry as well, is that where we try to capture the evanescent. And so that's language. And then reason is within language and logic is within reason. So poor old Russell and Whitehead doing this Principia Mathematica was kind of like such a crazy crap, but everybody knows Gödel went, sorry. It was, I'm afraid I've been very female chauvinist about it, and always said, only men could think that they could prove within a system that a system is complete. How nobody with any sense a woman couldn't think that anyway. But maybe some women, things have gone awry in this world. But so that's really the fundamental. So it's the great oneness and numbers, discrete numbers, their whole numbers relate to the oneness always. So I obviously I could go on further. Shall I read a poem?
Yeah, do finish with a poem, but just tell me in a sentence, how does your theory, which is magical and wonderful, relate to peace? Where does What's the mathematics of peace in all this, in our broken world?
Well, it is returning to, it's the oneness and returning to the thou. So when it's the namaste, you know, that the Sanskrit, the Vedic, you know, I salute the God within thee. It's actually, that is key. That is so key, that we actually look, you know, are open to the godness in the other and the godness in ourselves. That's yeah. That's it.
Pythagoras was a believer in non-violence.
Oh, absolutely.
Peace oriented, wasn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely, definitely.
Yeah. And
so that was sharing. Shall I read a Kathleen Rain poem?
Read your poem, and then we'll move on to the speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Or if anybody wants to ask anything. I used to know this poem off by heart, but I'm not sure that I do now. So it's called Seed. It's by Kathleen Rain. You might know it. From star to star, from sun and spring and leaf and almost audible flowers whose sound is silence. And in the common meadows springs the seed of life. Now the lilies open and the rose, released by summer from the harmless graves that centuries deep are in the air we breathe, and in our earth, and in our daily bread. External and innate dimensions hold the living forms, but not the force of life, or that interior and holy tree that in the heart of hearts outlives the world, spreads earthly shade into eternity. Thank you all. Thanks be to all. Thanks be to love.
Thanks. That was beautiful. Okay, does anyone have a question for Nicola? Rob, do you have any comments you'd like to make? Rob Chapman is a Druid friend of mine. He's just joined us. He'll be speaking a bit later, but he's got many strings to his Druid lyre. He might want to give you a little bit of feedback.
I will make a suggestion.
Sure, great.
That one third blue multiplied by green multiplied by C minor equals peace.
Sounds beautiful.
Sounds like a Zen poem. I'll write that down. Yeah, yeah. Rob, can you unmute yourself and then just say hello? And I'm sure you enjoyed what Nicola was doing. Huh?
I did, especially love the poem at the end. I'm presuming this is working. I haven't had a chance to test it. It's been...
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah.
Good.
Just about very impressive.
Do you know what? My ideal office, however, yeah, it is a green screen. So, yeah. So no, I'm Rob. I've known Thomas for years now, isn't it? It must be. And we met through Druidry. I used to run workshops and discussion groups and kind of help certainly the Order of Bards, Ovates and Druids with their camps and retreats and summer gatherings and winter gatherings and then I stopped and have gone on to other things and different things, which I'll talk about more in a bit if you like, Thomas.
Sure. Yeah. But okay, now we're going to ask Rosalba to speak before she dashes off. She's from Italy. And,
Thank you, Thomas.
Please go for it, Rosalba. I know you.
Thank you very much. As I told to Thomas, I have my sister sick and I have to assist her. so I can stay all night with you, unfortunately. Sorry for my bad English. I am Rosalba Nattero, president and co-founder of New Earth Circle. I am honored to participate in this meeting which celebrates the summer solstice, and I warmly thank the president of this assembly for the opportunity. I wish to tell you about an initiative undertaken by my community. In this dark moment for our planet, torn apart by conflicts and a pandemic that plunged us back into a sort of middle age, my community wanted to undertake a project that goes in the direction of hope, peace, and harmony. The project is called New Ecospiritual Renaissance and aims to be an opinion movement centered on eco-spirituality, a current of thought that gathers all those who can be in tune with the philosophy of eco-spirituality proposed by our late president, Giancarlo Barbadoro. Eco-spirituality is the philosophy of nature, an experience of inner harmony that extends to everything around us, respecting the environment and all forms of life. A philosophy that is inspired by nature in its global meaning, understood not only in the manifestation of its natural cycles, but also in its mystical meaning, the custodian of a great cosmic mystery. We have drawn up a manifesto, which you can see on the website www.ecospiritualrenaissance.eu. I wish to read some principles of the manifesto. Mankind is not the absolute ruler of creation. The anthropocentric vision, according to which everything that is in the universe was created for man and his needs, must be overcome in favor of an anti-specist and biocentric conception. Knowledge must be free, without preconceptions and not polluted by partisan ideologies. We want to color the world with a culture without ideological borders, confront new ideas, look up to the stars, investigate the universe and beyond. We intend to propose a free research above the parties in order to develop a culture of a new knowledge that combines science and spirituality without favoring some field in favor of others. Animal, other species, the plant kingdom are children of Mother Earth, like the human being, and as such must be respected. Our planet must be protected and respected. Nature gives us life, feeds us, and provides everything we need to live. In conclusion, I would be very, very happy and honored if you would agree to be part in this movement. You can find all reference to the site www.ecospiritualrenaissance.eu. It's just a moral adhesion. You can sing directly in the website. So I greet you with a wish in the Shannara language of ancient Druid shamanism. Ara, brother and sister. I hope to soon be able to meet you inside our great stone circle. Rosalba. Thank you.
Very much, Rosalba, for that. I think it was very relevant to discussions earlier about Pythagorean, because he was a great lover of nature.
Yeah.
And, you know, scientific revolution, Darwin, etc. They love nature. They just didn't quite understand its fluidity or its complexity. And eco-spirituality is a phrase that matters.
Yes.
I've been an eco-philosopher with friends with a man called Henryk Skolimowski, a Polish philosopher. And, you know, there are green philosophers. That's why I set up a Global Green University. So as an intellectual, I'm very willing to lend whatever support I can to your. I think if we're going to have a renaissance, it has to be an eco-spiritual renaissance. Absolutely. Tell us.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, a bit more about Giancarlo. He was your husband, is that right?
Yes, was my partner, yes.
Tell us more about his life story just before you go. I know you have to look after your sister.
It was a shaman. It was a druid. It was, he has known, like a little child, he has known a community of druids. And so he has brought two lives, one of the ordinary life and one inside the community of druids. He was a great man, a great man. I don't know what I say in this moment. I don't know.
No, I understand. So, and can you put your website into the chat?
Yeah, sure.
You can research it.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting for those that are druidically interested, this man there was a druid tradition kept alive in northern Italy, where Rosalba is from, Giancarlo came, which had come back down from ancient times. This was not a sort of latter-day druids reborn from Obod. This was an indigenous homegrown druid tradition from Italy, which is, you know, really interesting. I hope we can, because in my Encyclopedia of Druid Studies, I looked at druidry throughout Europe.
Thank you very much.
In Italy, they found graves of Celts druidically inclined from like 2000 BC, you know, as old as the Etruscans. And those North Italian druids are in league with the Etruscans, sharing spiritual ideas and stuff. So I personally, I will come and visit your stone circle.
I hope so. I hope so. Very soon. Very soon.
Council of Druids there in Italy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thanks for coming, Rosalba. Bless you. Okay. Does anyone else have questions before we let her go?
No, just to say thank you. That, it just sounds very right.
Thank you. Thank you, really.
And Pythagoras ended up in Italy too. So, you know, all the best people make it to Italy eventually. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's move on then. And I think we're going to ask Rob to share some thoughts. He can tell us what he's been up to and what his discoveries. Rob is someone that investigates the secrets of the human mind and magic, and he's a bit of a magician, old Rob. So you might see him popping up in more than one place on this. You never know. He's been able to do shape shifting as well. So Rob, over to you.
Okay. Well, what have I been doing? Like I said, I used to be very involved in druidry, and in some ways I still am. That journey never stops, but I think the journey has to change. It has to move forward. It has to become something, because otherwise you're just stuck in a playground. And for me, I didn't want to stop in that playground, and so I had a number of questions that came out of that time. One of which was, who does all this actually serve? 300 people traveling across the world to climb up Glastonbury Tor, to wave their arms at the sun and chant the Arwen. Who does it really serve? What good is this doing? And then over the last, where are we? 10, 15 years, God, it must be now. What I've noticed is, I mean, at the end of the day, I mentioned Obod, and at the end of the day, Obod is a business, and in the rewriting of all their teachings and everything, they very much pandered to the business of paganism, the business of what is now a multi-million-pound industry, buy this crystal, buy this wand, buy this robe, you can be a druid, you can be a witch. And it lost something in those years. It really did lose something. I mean, there are people who are out there still, usually you don't hear about them, and they're working it, and that's really good. But I just watched materialism, capitalism just creep in, just from the amount of books that start appearing and have started appearing, which are full of fluff. They're full of no substance. They're literally there to make an author or a publishing house some money. You know, you have a trend now in books where the person writing them is not even into the thing they're writing about. They've been asked to research it and put it together to make money. And all that, to me, has diluted something that for me was life-changing when I first discovered it. So I asked myself, who does it serve? And my own conclusion is that most modern paganism, most modern druidry, most modern witchcraft serves those people that are involved in it and the shops that supply them. But my connection to what I'd discovered was too strong a thing to let me just kind of get disillusioned with that. So I kind of been off on my own journey, which has taken me into, on one hand, stripping away as much, and I'm still working on it, as much of the dross, as much of the absolute nonsense that's been made up in the last 300 years and either been called druidry or witchcraft, to get back to what we actually really truly know. And I mean, the reason so much has been made up with druidry is because we don't actually know anything. We can't look at a grave and go, that was definitely a druid, because we don't know, unless they've got a badge still around their neck that says, here lies Dave the Druid. We don't know that that person was a druid. We don't actually know what that person did when it comes back to Iron Age history. Just because they've got some bling around their necks and they might have some unusual items with them doesn't make them a druid. We don't know enough about druidic culture to actually ever make that claim historically. So I stripped it back, but what was I looking for? I wanted to find, for me on my own personal path, just an expression that felt just more just pure and just something that spoke more. And for me, the one period of time that we do have more insight into is that fusion of the tail end. I mean, mostly in Ireland, but over here there's some accounts too of that transition from Iron Age Britain into the kind of time of Celtic Christianity, the early Celtic Church, and looking at the practices within that and the concepts and the theology and philosophies of that. So for me on my own journey, that's kind of where I've been exploring, as well as Hinduism and practices, and finding practices that resonate for me. Coming back to that, who does all this serve? I realized that going around in white robes, and I mean, I read there's an article that's been put out, but it hasn't been put out yet, I've seen, which is an investigation into kind of XR. And I bring them up because druids get involved with it and they like to be seen to be doing their rituals on bridges. And do you know, they're all bragging about how they got on TV. That's not the purpose for it. That's not why you should be there. And XR as an organization are doing more to discredit the great work that actual activists have been doing. They have a seemingly amazing cash cow that's paying into funds and nobody knows where that money goes. No one knows who's at the head of it, but that money's disappearing and no one's ever accounted for it. So there's a lot of questions with that, and that's one thing at the moment that's in my mind. I don't think they are what they seem to be. Having kind of had connections with and people that are involved with, there's something waiting to be discovered there, and I think it'll undermine all action and protest in the future, to be honest. So stepping away from that, for myself personally, again coming back to who do I serve? Because actually I can't control other people's lives. I have no, people are free spirits. They are able to do what they want to do. I don't think the world's broken. I think it's where it's meant to be. And it will continue being what it's meant to be. It can never be anything other than what it's meant to be. So for me, I thought I've got to throw off this kind of white-robed image of what a druid is. And in fact, in all fairness, part of the inspiration of that is from knowing Thomas, because one of the things Thomas has always done, he's had the you know, been in ritual with Thomas, but I've also heard him do some amazing, inspiring talks that, in one hand, capture the essence of what, for me, Druidry is about, but at the same time, have quite often not even mentioned it. And for me, I wanted to find a way of taking the gifts and the blessings that I've received on my path, and how do you make the world a better place? How do you create more peace? And you can do it at Thomas's mind-blowing level, which I still to this day kind of sit back and go, I've said it before, and I know I'll say it again in the future, to be inside your head must be an amazing thing. But for me, it starts with the individuals. It starts with those people in my community. It starts with the people that I can speak to. And so I decided to go on a journey, and it's an ongoing journey, and it's kind of all-consuming at times, of training wherever I can with the best people possible to help people. For me, it's a kind of magic. The essence of magic is being able to take the reality you're in and shift it and change it to, ideally, a better one. It's not the kind of hogwash and nonsense you get in kind of teen witch books. It is that personal journey. It's the great work. It's trying to become the best person you can be. And I wanted to find a way of facilitating magic with people, but people that, if you said, oh, this is magic, or this is from Druidry, would run a mile, because it changed my life and continues to change my life. And what I wanted to do was find the ways that, without standing there in robes, without having to go, hey, look at me, I'm a druid, because at the end of the day, that's an ego statement. People, you know, if you're saying, look at me, I'm out in my robes, that's got nothing to do with your spirituality. That's all to do with your ego and wanting to be seen to be something. So I ditched all that and have spent the best part of a decade now studying change work, how to help people shift and change their experiences of reality, how to work with the mind to help people achieve things that they imagine they could not. And I'm not talking like, you know, going from having nothing to running multi-million-pound businesses. I'm talking about things that just bring peace, that bring happiness, bring shifts and changes and better each individual's life. Because everybody deserves that opportunity, that chance. And you can't make them do it. You can't, you know, I made a few notes here when I was thinking about it. In fact, that's the wrong page of notes, really. That when it comes to spirituality, even, most people aren't interested. Most people don't care about it. And, you know, it doesn't figure in their map. And one of the things I've learned how to do is to go into people's heads with them and help them change their maps to make change in the real world for them. And some people like the idea of spirituality, and this is a large group of people. They like the idea of spirituality, and they love playing at it, and they love buying all the stuff and being seen to be doing. And that's great. And then you've got the people who are really into their spirituality, and quite a large proportion, especially since I've been working more doing the work I do now, a large proportion of those people that I've met are just tied up in how spiritual they can be. And in their openness and loving of the world, they are so closed. They are not open. I've met countless therapists who will turn around and go, oh, I've done all the work and I'm now at this place. And then you listen to them, you talk to them, and they're an absolute wreck. And there's a lot of disillusion. And I just wanted to leave all that behind and work with real people with the stuff that I know has benefited me in life and help them discover their own magic without ever mentioning magic, without ever mentioning spirituality, without ever mentioning Druidry, to work with people. And that's what I do now. I've developed my own approach to meditation, which draws on traditional meditation practices, but one of in the lockdowns, when we first went into lockdown, one of the things I set myself the challenge of was really testing my new approach, my approach to meditation. And my theory was that it doesn't need to take 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 10 years, your whole lifetime to get to those deeper experiences. Most people that try it give up because they say they think too much, and everyone's just, you can change that reality. So that's kind of what I do. Is I'm at a point now where my own spiritual practice is very much my own thing. I don't do all the public stuff anymore. I did try and dip back into it and found it just a pantomime, an absolute pantomime. And it held nothing for me. But this work that I get to do with people to help, sit with them, and whether it's groups or individuals, to whether it's accessing their inner maps and helping them change those maps there and then to experience the next day, the next morning, or even the same day, a shift in their reality, their experience of reality. Definition is reality. What we tell ourselves is going on out there isn't what's really going on out there. It's just what we tell ourselves. Our beliefs are just an idea, and they can all be changed. And that's the work I've been doing, working with change, belief, and individuals to, and there's many ways. One thing I do is every morning I do a 3 to 5 minute little video. It goes out over Facebook. But the amount of people that get in touch and go, this has changed my life, this has made such a difference to me. There was a lady who literally had lost half her family to COVID and was like absolutely desperate. She messaged me and said, would you talk about grief? And I did a 5-minute video. She's now messaging me saying, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm going out there, that talk you gave, it's just, and that's the work, working with people on the everyday who don't actually always get the help they need, don't always get that support, don't get taught how to use their minds to shift and create magic and change their reality, because that reality is literally whatever we think it is, and we can shift that, we can change that. It doesn't really exist out there. And it is just thought, and with that thought, we take control of that thought. We learn the techniques of mind and metaphor and story and symbolism, and we can change so much. And people don't do it. And I've been working at a way of sharing it with people in a way that they start being happy to do it. So yeah, that's me. I kind of went off on a ramble there, Thomas. Sorry.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much, Rob. Yeah, so does anyone have any questions? Anyone? Belinda, you've not spoken. You're in South Africa, aren't you? Why don't you put a question? I'm sure you've got something to ask, Rob. You've got a chance now. She seems to have gone down under. I don't know, it must be late in South Africa. Terry, you only caught the last bit of that, didn't you? Terry's just joined us from another part of England, I think. Surrey, she might want to add something.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Thomas.
Terry, greetings. Hi. Did you catch?
Yeah, I did just catch the very last bit. Sorry about that.
No problem. No. So, do you have any questions for Rob?
Not really. I didn't catch enough of it to feel that I could actually ask any questions. I wish I had come in a bit earlier, but life's like that sometimes.
You'll be able to watch it on the replay, so to speak.
Yes, I gather.
Well, look, let me ask you a question then, Rob, and make a comment.
I always worry now when you ask me questions.
See you again, and I love your study there. It's absolutely amazing. And yes, I know what you're saying about, how to reach like ordinary people, like muggles, if you want to use that language. how to get across sophisticated self-development tools and so on. I mean, I struggled with that because when I knew you, I was training as a religious studies teacher, as you probably remember. And then I worked for 10 years in the UK education system, teaching religious studies and philosophy. And that was one hell of an amazing experience. I don't think I've ever really reported back, it was challenging.
Yeah.
Because like, I don't know, 9/10 of every single family in the school system has an inbuilt resistance against religion. So they come into your lesson like it's a war zone and they want to throw things at you. Because the minute you start talking about God or religion, they want to literally chuck stuff at you. Because they've been brought up to think that, everything to do with religion is wicked and all that. I don't know where the thought comes from or why it's there, but it's very deep, and it's deep in pockets in Britain. I didn't experience it in Wales. I've taught in Welsh school. Didn't experience it in Scotland. It's not like that here in France, in Europe. It's a particularly English thing. Like, I think it's to do with the rise of capitalism. I've tried to analyze this to source. I think something went wrong in England in about 1600s, where people started valuing what money was and what was in their pocket, what their wealth was, measured in monetary terms, instead of their relationships and their friendships and their
service,
and their community. Because I mean, a guy called Macpherson, a famous political philosopher, and Terry can correct me, she's an economist, she'll be speaking shortly. He wrote a book called The Rise of Excessive Individualism. And he argued that this is what happened, that British society, because it was the first to experiment with capitalism, we turned farms into agribusinesses instead of like a whole community, as in the village at medieval times, everyone shares, there's communal fields. No, it was all parceled out. The rich guys own most of the land and the peasants are stuck in little cottages where they have to labor for the rich guys. And then you became valued only on what you earn. And so the first thing you want to know is what's your bank balance, and if it's not big, then you don't bother with that kind of thing. So that seems to have happened in Britain. And I had kids saying to me like, well, this God stuff, well, how much is that worth? What can I do? Like I want to be a millionaire. Why should I learn about God, value or meaning? So, and then the next step, one way of solving that problem is to commercialize spirituality. And so you talk rightly about how paganism, Wicca and stuff has become a big business. And that's an attempt by the spiritually minded people, well, if we're going to survive in a capitalist society, we have to turn it into a business. I mean, that's a joke. It's kind of like giving them their own medicine. So yes, I see where you're coming from. And it's all I can say is, and then to me, Brexit, you see, I've been, as you know, a stern critic of Brexit. Brexit is the final outcome of this capitalist circuit. It's like our earlier speaker said, we're stuck in the computer. It's all a matrix simulation. Well, we've fallen into the wrong program. With Brexit, the extreme capitalist dark lords have taken over. They're very closely connected to the military. And they've invented ways of gaming the system using military computers to change our way of looking at society. So we're stuck into this military capitalist thing. There's no way out. So your work, going back to peace, I think we have to find a way. Because this route, Brexit, military capitalism, that will end in world war.
Yeah.
And we've somehow got to stop that, because to me, the thing I love about Druids is their peace witness. That's why I take them seriously and always have them. That's why I run the Druid Peace Order. Whatever's there in the ancient times, let's resurrect it for that peace work. So how's that going? How's your peace witness going? And do you how have you coped with Brexit?
I mean, like so many did not want that. And but for me, I've always had and still do this just knack of going, okay, this is the situation. There's no once we're there. I mean, you do as much as you can beforehand, and you keep trying to make change afterwards. But once that change happens, you're there. And so for me, a lot of what I did during that time was just putting out just, I guess, a voice of reason. And because certainly online and things, people got nasty, and so I just tried to be that kind of voice of reason, that voice of, I mean, there's the accounts of druids walking between battlefields and you know, stopping the fight, and that's basically became what it's been for me. And the same again with the whole COVID experience. It's been about kind of just keeping that line of realism and balance, and just that's kind of my thing, that kind of intermediary, just keeping that line of reality for people, that they can. A lot of it's been focused with kind of helping people with fear and the fear of it all, and just being that voice that kind of allows them to, you know, you can't tell people not to be scared, but you can help them deal with that fear in a way that's less detrimental to themselves. And so that's what a lot of it's been, certainly over the last 12 months. I know that's not Brexit, that's since the COVID thing, but you know, even though kind of, well, you know, I've performed and I do this work, but come the first lockdown, literally within 2 weeks, every income I had disappeared. And so it's been that alone on the practical side of kind of your own survival becomes an interesting thing. But, you know, it's been an amazing learning experience, and it's made me engage with technology more than I probably had done in the past. But it's also allowed me to have that voice, you know, to be that voice of reason, and to be that calm in the storm when people are blowing up, and just sharing thoughts and ideas that just help people get through it. And I think it's that sharing ideas, those you know, one of the most powerful, and I don't even 100% get it myself, but one of the most powerful things that I've been involved in has been these short videos that I do. They're literally 3 or 4 minutes, and sometimes I am just personally, I think I'm waffling nonsense, and yet those days I'll get half a dozen people message going, this really made a difference to my life today. And that, I mean, I know behind that is all the learning and the way of communicating and sharing stuff that I've been studying, so, like, ridiculously. I don't think they do a degree in it. If they did, I should do it. But but yeah, it's been, there's so many, like, I don't know. On one hand, it'd be very easy to despair. My brother's kids, his daughter is 5, my niece, and they're teaching her in school how to have anxiety. You know, and that's the stuff I'm trying to kind of resurrect and change, and go, well, if the school's going to teach kids as young as 5 what anxiety is, how to know that they're having it, which is basically teaching kids between 0 and 9 are so suggestible, so impressionable. And so to teach them that at 5 is to basically go, when you're an adult, you're going to have anxiety, you're not going to be able to cope, you're going to be, rather than going, there's a thing called anxiety, and if you have this in life, and if you do this, this and this, you'll probably never be bothered by it, is a healthier way of teaching about it. So I'm trying to be the balance to the stuff that people aren't taught, really. And
I've just got one more question for you, Rob, which is like, and then we'll move on. Why didn't you train as a teacher? I mean, you are a teacher, and because be at school doing this stuff and changing the curriculum. So instead of discipline that they're teaching anxiety, you should be in charge of the curriculum in Shropshire and putting in the right stuff, you know.
Well, I'm kind of, at the moment, I'm kind of, we've landed here in Whitchurch, and it's quite a, it's a lot better than the first time I ever came here. And we landed literally the weekend before Christmas just gone. And so 2 weeks later, everything's in lockdown. So we're only just now getting out and getting to meet people. But one of the things that I'm developing and working on is lots of different projects, is something I can take into schools. I don't want to train as a teacher. That's not, although I know my role is to be a teacher. But I'm getting some good contacts and connections that can then get me in to schools to start teaching kids how to use. Schools won't be interested in teaching kids how to use their minds the way I can teach them how to use their minds. That's not, you don't want empowered, free thinking children in a school. The system doesn't want that anymore. You know, children that can take control of their own emotions and as adults be free thinking and empowered and know how to deal with almost anything that comes at them isn't something that a society like ours wants at the moment. So I think the best way is to get in indirectly rather than going into the system, is to come in from outside of it, and hopefully on the back of getting into schools and doing workshops and teaching that way. And the plan is not necessarily to go in and teach the kids, but to also teach the teachers, so the teachers then have more tools, have more stuff to go, and so that's my approach on that. But yeah, no, I have toyed with that idea, but I just thought of teaching in schools kind of crushes my soul a bit.
I understand. Okay, thanks, Rob. I think if Terry's there, I'd love to invite her to share some thoughts. She and I have worked on, she's an economist, and so maybe Terry could introduce herself and say a bit about your work on Brexit and so on.
Hi.
Greetings.
Yeah, I'm an economist, and I also have a background in teaching in higher education. So it is not strictly true that I'm an economist who's actually worked as an economist. I've taught economics, but I also am not British, and as such cannot vote in this country. But when I saw where Brexit was heading, it forced me to become political, which I hadn't been in this country, because by nature, if you can't vote, you sort of don't worry too much. And Brexit is such a stupid idea. I can't understand how it actually came to be so popular, really. It's one of those things that perplex me extraordinarily, but it is a disaster. And it isn't just a disaster in the short term, it's a long-term disaster. And economics tells us that it is a disaster. And yet, you know, people who should be caring for the country have allowed their political views to override the economic disaster that Brexit is. And I find that extraordinary. In any event, I started posting on Facebook and various places, and was eventually invited to become admin. And I'm very involved in it now. And I have ideas on how to impact, even though I can't vote, I can still impact what is ongoing. So one of the ways that we do it is we post articles that demonstrate the fallacy of it all. And I contacted Thomas because he looked interesting and he had a background in research. And one of the things that we do is we behind the scenes are working on research to try and support everything that would resist Brexit and all that comes with it. And it ends up that you'll end up being very political as a result, but it isn't something that I sought to be. It was something that sort of happened. And partly because, of course, I watched a bit from afar what was going on in my own country under Trump, which I found absolutely appalling. And it's hilarious. Most people did in this country find what was going there, but they can't see that in a more British way, that's what's been happening here. And yet in America, although they haven't solved the problem, at the moment, things are in stasis or moving back towards normality. So if anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
I mean, I'll just comment one thing, Terry, that, I mean, I never went into politics either. I mean, I should have done. I mean, I look now, I think, God, I wasted my life. If I could have been a progressive MP or, you know, when I look at the quality of the MPs in Parliament, it just gives me the shudders. I chaired 35 meetings in the House of Lords. And, you know, in those days, back in the 90s, there was a standard of debate in Parliament, both in the Commons and the Lords. There was a standard of intellectual honesty, and there was a sort of unwritten rule that if you did something really stupid or ignorant, you resigned, and people used to. And all those sort of those values that I look back on, I thought were bedrock and were established. You know, the current government and the Brexit government, it started with Brexit. They tore up the rule book and they've gerrymandered the constitution just to push through this fantasy they call Brexit. But if all the people that voted for that actually realized what they were voting for, if they'd have been told the truth, you're not just being asked to break up a 50-year partnership with our European nations, you're being asked to very probably almost certainly break up the United Kingdom. You're being asked to take a 20% impoverishment of England, you know, in the next 50 years trajectory. You're going to exacerbate racism and xenophobic attitudes, et cetera, you know, none of that. But because I trained as a seer, because I have a certain druidical ability and a certain common sense, actually, I could see all that coming. And I was living in Scotland at the time of the Brexit referendum. And I knew that it would lead to the ending of the Scottish Union with England, which I love. You know, I love the UK and the sort of small, gentle patriotism. But I knew how angry the Scots were, and they very nearly voted for complete independence. And I know they will next time. And I look at my English brothers and sisters with dismay that they're not doing more and haven't done more. So I'm delighted to have found you. At least you're doing something.
Yeah, as best I can, as they say.
Yeah.
But I find that there's an amazing group of people with amazing abilities who are very pro-EU and very anti-Brexit.
Tell us this group on Facebook. What's it called, Terry?
Well, I'm on a number of them, but the one that you're on is UK Rejoin the EU.
Right.
Which is only one of, I don't know, 25 groups, possibly more.
Right.
And we reckon that if it's difficult to assess because each group has multiple membership of different people. So people will be in more than one group. But we think it's about 500,000 who are active on Facebook. They're not all active in the sense that they're all posting, but there's a lot of them are commenting, some of them are posting, and a lot of them are reading, and they're learning, because it is a learning experience to be reading on these groups. You can't avoid it because it will take you outside of your own area by definition if you keep reading. And we're beginning to work together to a limited extent, but there is definitely a camaraderie that you might expect people who have particular ideas. And there's some who are very angry indeed.
Sure.
And,
Yeah.
but although many are educated, there are some who are not, you can tell, because they can't write well. And that, of course, is a feature of the UK educational system, in particular in England, which I have strong views on. And it's largely that it doesn't work well and it needs updating.
Designed not to work well. It's designed to keep people thinking system of class control.
I believe you.
You know, I never believed it, but I've seen it operation. What do you think about the two things have happened in the last week that I think are definitely connected to the summer solstice? We're at the time of maximum light, evil is being defeated, we're in the ascendancy. So we've had the victory in Amersham of common sense, the Liberal Democrats, who, I mean, they used to be regarded as sort of moderate, but now they seem like out and out progressives in comparison to the right wing of the Tories. So they won handsomely, proving
They did.
the Tory, the emperor's got no clothes. We've seen through it. The corruption of this Tory party is shocking. And the second thing I think that's grounds for hope is Bercow, John Bercow, who I absolutely adore that guy. Order, order. You all remember him. Yeah,
Yes, there's even a group called that.
Yeah, order. He's and I coined this word, Rob. I don't know if you know this. I've written a book called Peace Magic. You are a great magician. I take my hat off in the way that I can't. You can do rabbits in hats. I'm trying to bring the rabbit of peace out of the hat of the world's intellectual thinking cap, and it's proving difficult because every time I nearly get the rabbit of peace out, some demon sticks in a dragon of war. So we'll talk about that later on, maybe.
Sounds fascinating.
But so I think dear old John Bercow, order, order. I've coined the phrase order magic, which is the opposite of chaos magic. Brexit was a thing by the chaos magicians and the dark forces. Well, we have to be the order magicians and restore order. So John Bercow's my line manager. I have corresponded with him. And now he's joined the Labour Party. I think it's a very savvy move because Keir Starmer's got as much backbone as a wet flannel. Although he's useful, he's a useful guy. What do you think of those two events, Amersham and John Bercow, Terry?
Right, the Amersham results was a bit of a surprise, I think, for pretty much everybody. There is discontent, but it wasn't clear that it could focus so well. And I personally believe that the only way we'll get the Tories out is if all the other parties work together. But unfortunately, the Labour Party don't seem that way inclined. And they need to be if that coalition is going to work. The situation in that particular constituency looks as if nobody said anything, unlike in the last election where it was encouraged that you would vote for the most likely party to win. It was actually being encouraged. There wasn't a formal agreement, but it was being encouraged. I didn't see that happening there. I mean, obviously I don't live there, so I don't know for sure, but it looked as though intelligent people on the whole looked at the situation and said, the only way that it's going to work is if we all vote Lib Dem, even if we prefer Labour. And also, I think Labour have lost a lot recently because of their resistance to supporting rejoining. There's a lot of people who see what is happening with Brexit, and they don't want to see any more.
Sure.
Because it's going to only get worse. What we've seen so far is bad enough because, of course, a lot of it's been hidden by COVID. But nevertheless, we can, if you are reading regularly in the more left-wing area, then you know it's going to get worse.
Sure.
So it was a surprise, but the surprise wasn't so much that people didn't care, but it was that people didn't want to vote for this government. They didn't want to support them. And so maybe the message is getting through that they are corrupt, that they lie, and that their preferences are not the preferences that are best for Britain.
Thank you. That's very understated and well said. And I agree entirely. And
as far as John Bercow goes, I mean, when I heard about it, I was like, wow, that's a surprise. Largely because where he started on his road to Damascus is so far from the Labour Party, it isn't true. And but I mean, obviously, we all enjoyed watching him when he was Speaker because he was effective.
Yeah.
And people like to see others being effective as long as they don't really hate what they're doing. And I
wish
we can all see that he really got up the nose of the Tory party, which he was at that point. He'd resigned because he had to as Speaker, but he had been a Tory from word go. But listen, you know, I'm an American Democrat. We're not at all socialist, even though Bernie Sanders might be called that. He's still not socialist enough to be called a socialist in my view. And I've moved quite a long way. I mean, not as far as John Bercow, but quite a long way, politically speaking. And if I can do it, he can do it. It's rare that you tend to go towards the left as you get older, but there are those who do it. So he may be an opportunist. He's a very savvy political person. And the fact that he chose the Labour Party makes me think that he can have impact there.
Right.
He thinks he can anyway. We'll have to see.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for sharing those thoughts. And I mean, Druids aren't supposed to do politics, but on the other hand, we did appoint the kings in the old days. So I think that we do actually have a duty to call these people to account from an ethical perspective, not a party political sense, you know. I corresponded with John Bercow and other politicians over my proposal that parliamentarians should be forced to swear an oath to tell the truth. If they lie, they would automatically lose power. And it's been very difficult to get them to agree to pass a bill. I've even written the bill for them. I put it on my blog. You know, that we parliamentarians must tell the truth. And of course, since then, things have gone downhill. And the ratio of lies to truth in Parliament have been cranked up, you know, to like boiling point, which is worrying. And I think, you see, the word Druid is simply someone that tells the truth or sees the truth. A Dharma seer is the Vedic equivalent. Dharma is the word for cosmic truth or cosmic law, and Vid is to see or know. So if you know the Dharma, that's what it means, to see truth in its biggest perspective. We heard somebody earlier talking, she's gone now, the woman from Italy, talking about eco-spirituality. And that was quite an important contribution, because I've just finished watching a film series. It's an HBO mini-series called Chernobyl. I strongly recommend it. Has anyone
seen a lot of it.
Yeah, it's 6-part documentary. I don't know if it's ever been on television. You can get it as a DVD. And it was an American journalist come filmmaker who wanted to know how Chernobyl happened. you probably recall in the 1980s, this nuclear power plant blew up in what is now Ukraine. And it pushed out a cloud that floated all the way across Europe, Scandinavia. And lots of people have got cancer. And lots of people died in the fires. You know, anyway, I watched this thing. It's riveting. It's very well produced. And he went and did all the research. He interviewed the survivors. And he reconstructed as a movie kind of type thing.
I know, I've seen it.
Okay.
A lot of it.
Yeah. And the final line is that the reason Chernobyl happened was because of lies.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Soviet system, as it then was premised on, like, you say one thing in public and you get a clap from the party, even though you know it's not true. And then what you say in private, why for your friends, is something different. So society demanded a certain level of mendacity. And this led directly to the accident, which triggered the whole thing. And it was much worse than I realized. You know, I won't spoil the plot line, but do watch it. And
We all know it blew up in the end.
yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable. But it was all preventable. It was just because of lies. And to me,
What I would like to know, given your point of view,
Yeah.
and this is something that I've observed, is that the world now is an extremely different place from the world when I was growing up. The
Where-
world when,
Terry, where did you grow up?
in the States, in the United States,
Whereabouts?
largely in the Northeast, sort of not far from New York City,
Right.
in the greater New York City area.
Okay.
But there was a lot of movements towards peace was part of it. Part of it was trying to help those who were less well off. There was a big movement into Harlem when I was a young teenager, where they literally went and cleaned up Harlem. It didn't last because they only cleaned it up once, but it was an extreme change in the world. The world was looking outward, it was positive, it was caring. And the world today is not that world. The world we see, and part of it is because the world is smaller now, so we see more of what's ongoing, but we see death, disaster, war, lies, you know, self-serving politicians who have ended up killing thousands of their population because they don't want to accept reality, or the cost of accepting reality for them is too great. And I know things change over periods of time, but why? Why now? Why has there been such a surge to the right in this world? Is it something to do with limited resources? Is it a longer term plan of certain groups of people? What is it?
That's a very good question. Let me attempt a part of an explanation, and then I want to invite our next guest if she might be tempted to say a few words. I think one thing we shouldn't do is underestimate the interconnectedness and power of the right. I was listening to Netanyahu saying, after he was juggled out of office, he's still refusing to leave the prime ministerial home, and he's still carrying on as if he's still in power. He was saying to his cronies, I can't go down. Look, the whole right-wing world depends on me. If I lose here in Israel, all my right-wing cronies around the world are going to fall. And that was very interesting when I heard and read that comment of his, because I read Haaretz, it's the left-wing liberal paper in Israel. And because I run the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the Middle East, I'm very interested in Israeli-Palestinian politics. And Netanyahu is he sees himself as part of this international right-wing brotherhood, of which Trump was a sworn member and Boris Johnson is a sworn member. And they get together, their cronies, And they share a similar worldview, which is premised on, it's premised on a kind of racism. There's the good people, that's us. We're Jewish or we're white or we're Christian, you know, we're Zionists. And then there's the bad people, and they're Catholics, they're Muslims, they're Palestinians. So we build walls to keep them out. So one way of thinking the right has is this, you know, goodies are here, the baddies are going to be kept out by a wall. And that, I think, metaphysically is just nonsense. I'm doing a commentary on the Quran at the moment. And I was telling my friend Abla, I did Ramadan this year as a duty. I had a Muslim friend come and spend work away with me. She was doing Ramadan. She said, Thomas, will you do Ramadan with me? And I said, yes, of course I will. It seems to me that the spiritual interconnectedness of all life is more important than the racist bigotry of my tribe is better than your tribe. And so as a philosopher, I've tried to emphasize that unity, you know, more than the chaos of disunity.
But what you're saying is that there is a unity for the right.
Well, yes, they're trying, they have this, they try to mimic the good. You see, evil always pretends it's good. I mean, Hitler didn't think he was evil. He thought he was the good guy. Evil mimics the good. And one of the things it mimics is this idea of international brotherhood. So the right, the fascist right, you know, Steve Bannon has gone on trips to talk to the extreme right in France and Italy.
I'm well aware.
As you know, so we have to be aware what the extreme right's doing, but then we have to shed light on it from a higher place, a deeper place, which is what I talk about divine consciousness, or the spiritual light of the seership level of things, or the prophetic intelligence, if you want. And that's what I'm explaining in my commentary on the Quran and the Gospels, because I was a religious studies teacher for 10 years and, well, for 20 years. And I'm interested in what is the essence of prophetic consciousness and how can we channel it, you know? I wonder if we could just ask Abla, we're very grateful you've joined us, Abla. Abla is an Egyptian seer, I think is the best way to describe her, living in Nottingham. And we have an interesting story to share. I just want to introduce her by sharing this. When I was a teacher, Abla, you remember this, in
Yes. Hello.
Nottingham. Hello, greetings. I was absolutely racked with pain one week. I had these mysterious symptoms that could not be cured. I went to the hospital in Shrewsbury. They didn't know what was causing it. They couldn't cure it. And I was in agony. And I had this dear friend of mine, Brian Bernard, who used to come to my philosophy club. He was training as a spiritual healer. And he said, you must go and get healing off Abla in Nottingham town. And he introduced us, and I came to you after school that one day.
Yes.
And I don't know what magic you did, but you know, after an hour with Abla and Brian, and there was another woman, you had a student with you, didn't you? The pain went.
Really, I can't remember this.
You never came back, Abla. I owe you my life, actually.
Oh my God, thank you. I can't remember this.
I don't remember it. No, well, you've seen so many people, you probably don't remember. You could.
Well done, so good. It's not me, it's the spirit. It's not me.
Well, tell
The spiritual love. That's it.
how do you train as a spiritual healer, and how do you work? How do you do it? How does it work?
How does it work? You know, we're open. We have everybody. Actually, you can do it, but if you put your mind to it, and you get your spiritual, the link. You know, your guides. You know, when you sit down to meditate, yeah, you get a feeling of the spirit around you, this essence, the vibrations, and this is all it is. You know, you put your mind or conscious, you say, okay, please come closer, and then I'm giving love to this person, and that's it. You know, it's not you who do it, it's the spirit. They come close and they do it for you. You know what, Thomas, I mean, you've met me at the very beginning of my development. Now it's amazing. I mean, I touch people and I cry their pain, and they feel much better after this. So I'm realizing how much people hold in their body because of the past. You know, their past things. You know, the memories, the anger, the upset, the resentment, all of this. It causes them pain. It gets stuck in the tissue, the connective tissue. And then once people is aware of it or touched or remembered and letting go and forgive it, it leaves, the pain leaves. Yeah. So it's really simple. It's nothing difficult about it.
But at the core of it is your faith in a divine power. You have a belief in Allah or spirit. How?
No, really, I don't. You know, I'm born Muslim, yeah.
Yeah.
But and my belief was shaky, you know, in Egypt. But when I came here, also, I just forgot about being a Muslim and this and that. But again, when I started my development, I started to believe in me as a person, I have a higher self. And then later on, I thought, oh, there is somebody else, you know, the guides. I thought my higher self to start with is me and my mind, you know, but actually later on, I learned that it's the guidance that comes also. And okay, you know, so I started to learn how to manifest things for me. And it was very, very powerful. Once you start to affirm something and focus on it, it happens. So you're the one who's the God in your life. And then later on, I actually went to Egypt and I said to them, there is no God, I'm God. You know, and people said, oh, don't say this, you know, you could get killed. And then a little later on, I started to learn, oh my God, there is the spirit. I mean, as a Muslim, they say, once you're dead, you know, there's nothing else. But actually, now, you know, like years ago, I started to learn, oh my, the spirit, they let go, you know, the people let go of the body, but the spirit still lives around us, not just in the heart, but also, you know, sitting next to you, sometimes on top of you. It's weird.
Can you see spirit beings?
I feel them, Thomas. I feel them. Right now, they're coming closer, you know. Oh, when we talk about them, they come closer and they give me their, you know, they give me their essence. So I feel what pains they had, or when I concentrate on them, with them, I start to hear their voice and they tell me things about the people around me. But it's amazing. I mean, earlier I did a service in one of the churches on the net, and it's astounding. People say, you know, it is, I don't know if you've seen a medium before or when they work. Obviously, you probably do.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Churches and see them
some people feel them. I mean, I'm a sentience. I don't. Occasionally, I'll see, but we a lot of the times we go on the sensing, and the audience, the hearing, and occasionally we'll see. So, but yeah, we're all different, mind you.
And working as a spiritual healer, you do this service at a distance, or do people have to come and see you?
Yeah, you know, this service, it was a clairvoyant service. Like I get their loved ones, and I say what they're telling me, and then somebody said it's with me, or I can go. I'll say, okay, I'm with Thomas, and I've got your dad, whatever, and they're saying such and such, whatever, there's something you love, you know, all this. But the healing also, while and I promise you, I'm not being big-headed, Thomas, but these days, just being with people, talking to them, they feel better afterwards, you know, without me touching them, or because it's energy, the essence, you know, when we're talking, the guides are here, and they sort of, you know, they're sending you love. You know, when you talk, it's vibration. It's how you call it?
I don't think this is I mean, I don't think you should worry about Egypt and whether it's Islamic or not, because I'm doing this commentary on the Quran.
Yes.
And Muhammad says there are good jinns, you know, there are good spirits out there.
Yes, of course.
A lot of the jinns are Muslim. In fact,
I know. I mean, Muslim people, when I was in Egypt, I sat next to somebody very early in my development. I was in a funeral, and I sat next to somebody, and she said, she sat there for a few minutes, and then she said, "Oh God, what's going on? You're malbusa, you know, like you're possessed." I said, "Me?" You know, she felt something.
Right.
And she would say, "Oh, go away," you know. So in Egypt, they're really silly, thinking that the spirit only jinn, only bad, only working on the bad things, you know. But once you are, you know how it is. Likes attracts likes. If you're a bad person in yourself, then maybe you'll get a naughty spirit, you know, and a naughty jinn, you know, who will be mischievous. Not, they wouldn't make you kill somebody or whatever, you know. But yeah, in Egypt it's difficult. I mean, my brother, my twin brother, he says, you know, don't do that. I don't want you to do this in my house, you know, so yeah.
well, I think there is a place for spiritual clairvoyance and healing.
Yeah, very much.
It's part of the Sufi tradition, you know, which I've studied and encountered a lot. I think you'd like my commentary on the Quran. It's in English.
Yeah.
I'll send you a sample of it and see if you like it.
Mm-hmm.
You can share it with your friends in Egypt. Do you speak Arabic? Presumably.
He does. Who does?
Do you were taught?
Of course, I speak Arabic. Yeah.
Right. So spirit, is that, what word would you use when you say the spirit is what's healing you? What's the word in Arabic? Is it the ruh that you're
Ruh, al-ruh, aywa.
ruh? Okay, that's a powerful word, the ruh. It's also in Hebrew, ruach hakodesh means the Holy Spirit. For Christians, it's the ruach that does all the healing.
Right.
Through Christ and through the church. You know, if you go to a Christian church and you get healed, they'll say the holy ruach did that.
Right.
Ruach hakodesh. I would say you're working that energy, the ruach hakodesh.
Yes.
And I would love to see more people like you, and we could heal the planet's problems if we could only, you know, get
Thomas, we are, darling, we are healing the planet already, but we want to concentrate on loving instead of fighting. Yeah, and you know, this is why I say I'm not really interested in politics, because they concentrate all the time on bad news, bad this, and they always, you know, pointing the finger at somebody else. You know, my sister is very much, you know, like, you know, very political, and she'll fight and for this and that, whatever, but also even just for the football, she fights for football. She you know, said, you know, like this when she's watching a game. Her and the other sister, they fight each other, and it's crazy. I said to them, you know, you have your life, I have mine. I'm not interested. They say you have no opinion. I said, I have, but I prefer my peace in mind, you know. So you concentrate on goodness, and the only person you need to check or need to change is yourself.
Where does your sister live? Is she in Egypt?
Egypt. I actually sent her your your email, but she said, Abla, I'm very busy. I don't, I thought I invited her in your behalf, but she said, sorry, I'm busy. But she is, well, she used to work in the, she's an interpreter in the, some big, no, الجامعة العربية, the, what is it? Anyway, so yeah, she's a big thing, a big diplomat, and she's very political and all of this. So
it's funny you should mention that, because yesterday I was listening to a brilliant interview. There's a thing called Middle East Eye, and it's like a news documentary channel. It's partly on Facebook, partly in real world. And they interviewed an Egyptian intellectual, very sophisticated, clever chap. I'm looking for his name. And he's been kicked out of the country by Sisi, who's the president. And he did a brilliant analysis of what's, where Egypt is at and all that. And I was thinking, because I had a friend visit me at the castle in Scotland where I lived in 20.
Yeah.
And she was a young graduate at University of London, like me. I got my PhD, she got her degree. We became friends, and she came to see me in the castle. And she was involved in the revolution in Tahrir Square. She and her generation, she was only in her 20s. They all thought Egypt was going to change for the better. This revolution was going to bring in brotherhood and peace and everything. Then what happened to it, And this intellectual Egyptian guy was complaining that Sisi hasn't got the spirit of those early transformational revolutionaries. They wanted a, but it's now become sort of stuck in, corruption. So, but, like you, I don't think we can change the world through politics alone. We have to change it through spiritual understanding.
Sure. My sister, this one, she's very much against Sisi. She said he has not done anything. He's just, like everybody else. And like, for example, she said, why does he start with the bicycle? He's doing stupid little projects, that will do nothing to the country. But the other sister, she loves him because he's very. He speaks English and he's good looking.
Good grief.
Well, that's how Boris Johnson got into power, isn't it?
Yeah, but the Gamal Abdel Nasser.
He's not good looking.
He is good. Gamal Abdel Nasser, the first, anyway, the president before, he was very popular because he was good looking.
But I meant Johnson, not the Egyptian president, or even, I don't even know any president at the moment who I would call good looking.
Yeah, I know.
The thing I want to know is, do you think that the world is suffering more now than it was, say, 30 years ago?
Of course. Actually, the more we become aware of our power, people are, using it in a bad way. Yeah, but
for self-aggrandizement.
Yeah. I mean,
what's behind your question, Terry? Do you disagree with that, or?
No, I don't. Not at all. I suspect that if you take a spiritual view of the world, that what we observe politically is a reflection of the spiritual.
It is. Even, even the spiritual people are, very bitchy to each other and very jealous of each other. And it's not, I don't know. Anyway.
It's the human nature.
It is human nature. But we have to change this to live in peace, Terry.
Well, I would be really happy with that, but I'm not the only one who runs the show.
your question is interesting and raises another point, which is, I mean, this question of whether we're heading in a positive direction or negative direction. I mean, I'm a great believer in cycles, and like the Russian.
Did you say cycles?
Cycles, yes.
Yeah.
Like the Russian philosopher Sorokin, I believe ups and downs happen throughout history. All civilizations go through peaks. Look at ancient Egypt. It used to be the most sophisticated and intelligent nation on earth.
Mm.
It went through a down and then it comes back up. And, you know, I think these cycles come. And if you believe in reincarnation, which the Druids do, and I do.
Yeah.
And I do.
I do.
We're actually repeating a lot of these things ourselves.
But I'm not sure I believe in the same reincarnation that you believe in.
What do you mean? Which kind of reincarnation you believe in, Thomas?
Because I think the idea of reincarnation, from what I've seen, is very much on an individual basis. And that doesn't make sense to me.
Why?
Because I think the fact that our id is so important to us isn't really important in spirituality. And therefore, just as you see that the body becomes dust unto dust, and that you can't disentangle what was that individual from other individuals or other parts of the world, why would you think that of your spirituality? That it stays distinct?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow what you said, Terry. I'm sorry.
Right.
Say it again, please.
Okay. If your body, right,
Yes.
becomes dust when you die, eventually.
Yes.
Right. So it decomposes and it goes, and lots of little animals come along and they eat bits of you, and eventually you're broken down into your constituent parts.
Yes.
So why would your spirit be any different? When you die, does your spirit not go into, if you want to have a visual, a big pot where it sort of mixes with everybody else's,
No.
and what comes out isn't you, it's a combination of other people and yourself, if you like to believe that there is something unique about yourself.
I don't believe in this. No,
I know you don't.
Yeah.
This was what I said. But
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
only, it's not anybody else's idea. It is not something I've learned. It's something that I suspect.
Yeah,
Simply because I think nature is conserving.
Yes.
And I think that if the laws of science, if you like, apply to our bodies, why would they not apply to our spirit?
Yes, yes. But I'm looking at the points with like reincarnation is finishing one life, and maybe there is something else that you need to learn some more, so you come back.
But I understand about reincarnation. I studied it.
Yeah.
But what I don't believe is that you stay distinct, because I can't understand why you would.
You go back into the melting pot and then come back out as a totally new person. So Terry is what you are this time, but what will happen to Terry when she dies then? She'll just go into the melting pot and become a bit of everything else.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, reincarnation, you don't come back as the same you. Obviously, you come back as a different person, no?
Yeah, but you're saying that your spirituality is contained inside a sack, and it doesn't merge with anybody else's. And I'm saying that doesn't make sense.
I didn't say.
No, but that's the idea. The idea is that your spirit is unique, and it exists impermanently. But I don't see that that's feasible, sensible.
You mean because if you link with your, say, your mom who passed, she's not the same, you know, her spirit will talk to me in exactly the same way that she talked to you. This is what you mean, that she...
I understand that's how you see it, and it may be like that, but to me, it doesn't make sense that this idea that your spirit is unique and it must persist indefinitely. That seems...
Not indefinitely. I heard that, you know, once the whole of the family, you know, finished, gone, then a new person will come. So this is what I've been told. Maybe they will go through the mixer then, but I don't know.
I'm just saying, you know, I don't understand how spirituality can stay unique. I don't understand it. I literally does not make sense to me that this idea is that, you know, your spirit is indivisible.
Indivisible. You know what? Listen, there is this. I mean, when I did rebirthing sessions, which is yoga breathing, I remembered past lives really strongly, as if, you know, it's happening now. But you know, the last couple of years, I started to learn that actually this past life, it could be happening parallel to this one. You know, it's somewhere else. So you explain this. I don't know.
I don't know either, because I've not experienced that. But I can understand that there are multiple universes.
Yeah.
That is perfectly feasible.
It is. It's crazy. I mean, I remembered. Anyway, I remembered my rebirther was somebody that he sort of ended my life in the past life, and then that day he took me somewhere in Lincoln, I think. We met his friend, but we knocked at the door, and this little girl opened the door, and my heart sank because I recognized her as mine from a past life. And I thought, oh my God. Anyway, so I told him, and then we went to the garden. It was a summer day, and we played. And then she said to me, Abla, tell me a story. Tell me a story. I said, I don't know no stories. I never had any children. She said, yes, you have. You remember? You're my mom. She said, what? You know, my heart sank for days. I was in another world.
Oh.
It was crazy. And her dad was in the kitchen. When he came back, I told him, he said, okay, Abla, it's fine, but she's mine now. Yeah, it's magic, but it's.
But it doesn't mean that she may have believed that, but it doesn't mean that she's unique, because what you are suggesting is that the spirit is indivisible, that the spirit is unique.
They come back in a different body.
I understand that. That's not the issue. The issue is, are they unique? Is the person who is reincarnating the same spirit that was there as it was before? That is the question.
Well, I don't know. Well, we'll dial God. Shall we dial God? Hello, God. Are you there?
I just want to make a suggestion before we welcome our new guest, Jean, who's just joined us. All I would say to this discussion is that the more you study it, the more complicated it is. You know,
It is.
I've studied the matter of the soul, survival after death. I mean, it's something we used to have to teach at A-level to the philosophy and study. And there is an awful lot of literature on this, Terry. I mean, this is a huge topic. And the greatest minds of all of history, going right back to Pythagoras and the ancient Greeks, have puzzled over this question of, is there a soul? Does it survive death? Does it come back in reincarnated form? Some of the greatest Indian thinkers of all time have puzzled over this. Nowadays, there's a scientific movement called near-death experience research, and they do a lot of work. I don't know if you're familiar with the literature. A lot of scientific research has been done on these kind of stories, like Arbor just told, near-death experience. And I think, you know, the jury is out. There isn't a definitive position that can be taken scientifically. And it's an interesting fact that in ancient Egypt, they believed in a multiplicity of souls. That the human soul has the Ka form and the Ba form and others. Some of them are mortal and they get mingled back in, as you're describing. The Egyptians said that there is also this immortal element of the human psyche, which does survive, and that is what transmutes life after life. So it's not, you don't take all your emotional self with you. That gets, you know, recycled in some way. You don't take the hurt, the pain, all that stuff. You take your spiritual highest sentience, if you're wise. And philosophy is about training, learning. Socrates said we should learn to die before we die. We learn to, I think one of the speakers earlier on this meeting said, we have to strip away, you know, the dross and get to the fundamentals. But all I would suggest to you, Terry, is that maybe if you look into it, I can, you know, there's a huge amount of literature. Obviously, Arbla has done, and experientially also. You might get some answers to some of your questions, which are very valid to raise. But you know, people have raised these questions before, and then one has to also look at the evidence. I think one has to be experientially scientific about this. All I can tell you is that Arbla cured me of a horrible disease, and I'm a complete believer in her spiritual.
Oh yeah, no, you misunderstand. I'm not naysaying that. I am simply saying one aspect has always perplexed me, but it just didn't. It seemed, if you think about it, it comes from the ego, this notion that you are so special, so unique, that you must exist until you've reached nirvana.
No, but you know what, Terry? We are unique. We are God. We should be feeling nirvana now. This is the point.
I thought the whole point was
special.
on your trip to Damascus that you are moving towards that, but you may never reach it.
We have it now. If you, and I nearly swore, if you are, if you allow it, you know, we are just full of rubbish that somebody else put it in your mind, or you as a child in your mom's womb, you got the wrong ideas, you know, oh, I'm bad, I'm not wanted, all of this. You know, we have, I mean, they tell you that we have the image of God. We have the essence of God. We just.
Well, you're speaking to somebody who's convinced about that.
Okay, good. Okay, that's
but
good.
That's because I don't externalize a God.
You don't externalize. What does that mean? I'm sorry. You know.
Right. Because God in Western civilization, at least, is seen as an external being.
It's not. It's inside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's little g God rather than big G God, if you like.
Yeah, it's inside. This is what I'm saying. You know, we're here. We just need to. We arrived, and we just need to realize that happiness is here. You know, you do it. You do whatever. But anyway, I'm going a little bit crazy here, so I'm going to have a drink of water.
Welcome, Jean, our new guest. Jean, can you unmute and introduce yourself?
Hello.
She's just joined us. Hello.
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 You'll have to unmute your microphone. There you go. And we,
Thank you very much for letting me join in. It's a pleasure.
where are you joining from?
I'm in West Sussex.
Oh, right.
Not far.
Whereabouts? I used to live near Chithurst for many years.
Oh right, yeah. I'm in Crawley.
Barely Sussex.
Just about. Yeah.
How's your solstice going so far? Have you had a good one?
Yes, very nice. I've been outside with a couple of friends, just sitting round the fire bowl and just doing a little ceremony, just the three of us. It's been very nice.
Do you know someone called Jan Setford who lives in Crawley?
Somebody, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Do you know someone called Jan Setford who lives in?
No, I actually don't. No, that's a new name on me.
She's a bit of a druidess, Wiccan.
Oh my God. Sorry.
And I've known her for years. You know, we went to Ireland to a druid ceremony in, you know, way back. But
Oh right, okay.
yeah.
No, I'm afraid I don't know her. I shall have to hunt her out and have a chat.
Well, I've got her address. If she's still there, she lives in Crawley. I'll send you the link. You can knock
Oh,
on.
thank you. Yes.
Say happy solstice from Thomas. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
We once went at Lunacy. I don't know if you know Lunacy, any of you, but it's 1st of August. It's a great festival for the Druids, and it's like this. And we went to this magical Druid camp in the west of Ireland.
Oh,
Community. They have a property. I don't know, quite a few acres, and they planted a circle of magical trees, according to the tree alphabet of the Celts. So there's oak and ash and holly. They're all in the circle. And this was like 15 years ago, so they've grown up even more since then. And they observe the sacred time, so they'll be doing a solstice ritual there as we speak. And this one at Lunacy, there was a guy called Adge, amazing friend of mine, who'd been in the Battle of the Beanfield, and he lit this fire, which then spread to all the 4 quarters of this huge field. It was like a whole fire pageant in honor of Lu, the god of fire and the god of light. So Jan and I have those memories together. So it'll be fun. So tell us what you do, Jean. What's your thing in Crawley? What's your thing in?
Well, I'm retired now, so but I still keep still keep in touch with people. I like to take new interested people around Avebury. We do an early morning call on Avebury when it's still dark. Get there just to see first light, and I take them around the stones and do a bit of energy work with them. And the rest of the time I do shadow release work with people here, and a bit of hypnosis therapy for people with phobias and things like that. So I still keep in touch with some of the old crowd from Avebury, and yeah, still do a little bit of magical workings here and there whenever I can.
So you know Terry and the Druid Order of Avebury, all that. Sure.
Yes, I do know of them. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know Alex? She was going to join us on this call. Well.
Yes, I do know Alex. Yeah.
The Avebury is a great place. I have the Druid Sword of Britain, which was given to me in Avebury.
I was actually present at the ceremony when you were presented with it.
Oh gosh, I was going to say, I bet you were there. Yeah.
Yes, I was. Yes.
That was fun, wasn't it? It was fun.
Yes, it was quite an occasion.
Yeah. And my mother was there as well. She's now dead, Eileen, but she just happened to be visiting, staying with Jeremy Paxman, who lives at the farmhouse, Buckinghamshire, and he'd driven her over to come and participate in that ceremony.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, and then she died, a few years after that. So I'm still trying to uphold the peace witness of the Druids. It's a big struggle. What do you think of the state of the world? Are you optimistic?
I think it's coming. I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic. I do think it's coming to a head, though. I think we've hit quite a dark patch on a world scale. But I think, you know, you have to sort of come to absolutely the point of no return before the pendulum swings back the other way. And I think we're not far from that point. So I'm feeling very enthusiastic about the future. I think there's a tremendous amount of positive stuff waiting in the wings.
Excellent. Yeah, I would like to hope that that's true. It's also weird, isn't it, that we're celebrating the longest day of the year, maximum light, and yet down in Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, it's the darkest. It's the opposite.
Yes.
And, you know, there's a weird symmetry about the earth. In the Quran, I was discussing with Abra before you joined us. I'm doing a commentary on the Quran as a spiritual interpretation, like philosophically. And one of the themes that is constantly repeated in virtually every surah is that nature is full of signs, in Arabic, ayat, of God. So night and day, waves, stars, the moon and the sun, these are all interpreted in the Quran as signs of the divine intelligence. And I would say it's the same with solstice and this balancing of winter and summer solstice. It's showing something about symmetry and balance. We started off our session tonight with discussion about mathematics and like patterns, geometry, and so on, showing the divine in operation. I don't know, how do you, when you do your spirit release work, how do you do that? Do you put them into a hypnosis trance and then talk to the spirit?
I get them to gradually, gently detach from all the things that they're occupied with, that seem to fill the conscious mind. I get them to put everything down and take a break. And then I put them into a very light trance and just talk them into a space where they are just their pure self. And I allow them to, as it were, marinate in that state for long enough until I see a shift. And then I gently coax them back, but allow them to keep that state connected strongly so that they're always working from and acting from that sense of pure self. And then I watch the transformation. I like to see how they're getting on, and also to hear how much their life choices have changed as they go forward, because obviously they're no longer thinking and analysing and weighing everything up. They're acting much more spontaneously in alignment with the universe, which is what one would hope we all get to do.
So do you know the work of psychiatrist, Scottish psychiatrist, Alex Sanderson?
No, I've not heard of him.
I heard him give a lecture in Glasgow at the Society for Psychical Research. And he was a psychiatrist in a London hospital, worked with very extreme cases of schizophrenia, people voice hearing and all that stuff. And he discovered a technique. If he put them into a light hypnotherapeutic trance, he could talk to, and the only way he could describe it was the spirit that was possessing them. And it would then tell him the story. And it would be, I don't know, it would be some, and it wasn't the person whose body they were in. It was someone totally different, a disembodied spirit that had sort of taken up residence in this poor woman or man. And he would, in his Scottish, in this hypnosis, he would then like tell this spirit to leave the woman or man and in a very polite way, not sort of heavy exorcism with holy water and all that stuff, just very politely explaining that it wasn't in the right place and that it ought to go. And he learned how to guide it back to the light, and it would go on its journey, and actually was very happy to leave, because usually, he said, most of these spirits that latch on, they're frightened, they're afraid, they don't know where to go. So anyway, I was really impressed by this guy, and he set up the spirituality working group of the Royal Society College in London, which is where all psychiatrists train. Is that similar to what you're doing? Is there a link?
Yes, I do understand what you're saying, and I have had two incidences quite profound where that has happened, and I've actually been speaking to, as it were, the occupying presence, which wasn't the personality or the mind of the person I'd previously been speaking to, but it was purely spontaneous. And I found that it was something which would happen when it was needed to happen, when that was what was called for. But I think my first introduction really into energy work and things of spirit was becoming an assistant to an elderly lady, now sadly very much many years passed on, who was very traditional in her Eucharist ceremonies of banishment of pervading spirits. She was called in quite often to clear houses and buildings and properties, and she for some reason took me under her wing and decided that I would be brilliant at this, which I really didn't think I would be, because if you've only got to make a noise and I'll jump out of my skin. So I wasn't sure I was going to be any good at it, but actually I did do 2 or 3. I was called in to do 2 or 3 house cleansings and such like, and I actually found that I was able, under her tutelage, to be able to do this. And I did one recently where an occupying spirit was being very unpleasant to the people within the property, and was actually sometimes speaking through and interfering with the one of the key people who lived there, and I was able to talk to the presiding spirit and say, can you please vacate these premises, and it actually did leave. So I was quite pleased at that. And we knew straight away that the spirit had gone because of the dog, because the dog would not come into the property, but as soon as the spirit had left, the dog came bouncing in and was quite happy. So it was tremendously, it was great confirmation. I was quite chuffed at that, really.
Right.
Good. She works through you, you know.
Yes,
She does.
yeah, I think she does. She was a good friend, and she was she was very strict, very old school. She was a teacher in an all-girls school, and she was very strict. And I do feel her presence sometimes, and I'm sure she does work through me.
Yeah, when you were talking about her, she came very close to you.
Yeah, she was very much in the style of St. Trinian's, the school that, you know, that famous school in the films. She would have been like one of the senior mistresses in that, and that was how she was. But we got on. I'm completely unlike that, and yet we were good friends and we got on.
And she was a Christian. She was using Eucharist and Christian symbols.
She tended to, well, she was an odd mixture, because she'd obviously been Christian through most of her life, and she'd almost completely just rejected it and become very connected to spirit. And she used to do some of the most wonderful spirit drawings. And she would capture the likeness of people just with such clarity. So you know, she was really quite an unusual character. But
Excellent.
yeah, gosh, if you got on her nerves or upset her, wow, she really would give you a piece of her mind. But she was a very, very good teacher. She was very, very good, very thorough.
And I mean, we've got both of you, Arbor and Jean, you're both kind of spiritual healers in some way. Have you learned, did either of you go to a course like the College of Psychic Studies or somewhere? Or is this something you've picked up yourself from spirit?
For myself, I think I must have always had a connection. I can remember talking to the elementals and fairy folk as a small child and being horribly reprimanded for it, and coming out with all sorts of stuff which the adults in the family say, oh goodness, what's she going on about now? And you know, how did you know that? We've never told you that. I said, well, so and so told me, and getting into all sorts of trouble because I know things that I wasn't meant to know. So I learned then that it wasn't something that you talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. Same here. Can I ask you a question, Jane? Do you need to be in the place where there's the disturbance or the haunting, or can you do it remotely? Because
well, I always thought that, this is how the friend taught me, was to be present, and I'd always assumed that would be the case. But I actually got called upon to help in a bit of an emergency, and a friend messaged me and said, please help. And I said, well, I can't get to you. And I said, look, I'll see if I can tune in remotely and see if that does anything. We'll give it a try, you know. And it was just as good as if I'd been there. And I was absolutely amazed, because it was something I really had no experience of. And I wasn't sure that it would even work.
Yeah,
I certainly didn't think I was capable of doing it. That was the other thing.
You are. Yes,
self-doubt, really.
Recently, I've had a friend who's asking me for some people like yourself, and my friend who did it, but she's just stopped. So, do you mind if I have your number? You know, maybe we can call on you.
Yes, certainly. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, if you just put it on the chat, will be good. But well done, it's great. Yeah.
I think this is something the Druids of old were trained in. You know, was what you could call spirit police, and helping people that were depressed, and maybe the earlier discussion we were having about reincarnation. I mean, if you know that you're part of a continuum of life, you've had many different lives. This one may be a bit difficult because of X, Y, Z, or working off the karma of whatever. I think that brings hope for people. That when I first started, I mean, I was brought up in a traditional, skeptical, post-Christian, intellectual family that were, when I asked my mother what the meaning of life was, she told me to read Karl Marx. And, I found him pretty impossible to read at the age of 14. And, but as I discovered Eastern religions, Buddhism, I discovered theories of how consciousness survives death and the transmutations it goes through, and discovered karma, and that we are responsible for our own karma, each one of us. If I think, and in my mind, in my consciousness, I have the tool. I can choose to create the world I want, one of beauty and peace and serenity, or evil, chaos, hatred. That the secret of peace is not just blame the government. I can blame my consciousness and my fellow humans. Once I learned that trick, that technique, in my teens and so on, I think that that's when I decided to become a philosopher, because I realize that it's that inner knowing that is the power tool. What Abla said, it's when you realize you're God, you can start doing the work, because you can stop blaming God with a big G. Realize that we're all responsible for this mess. We've created, you know, military capitalism, patriarchy, poverty, racism, and so we can also change it. We can, you know, I mean, I know exactly how, if you go into the consciousness of people, then you can change it from within. But so that'd be my question to you, ladies, because you're very skilled in this work. I'm merely a philosopher. I don't like work as a clairvoyant. But what I do, I work as a planetary healer. And I just want to put to you this diagnosis. It seems to me that countries can become influenced too much by demonic forces. You know, if we look at what happened in Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia or other examples of history, Genghis Khan is another that comes to mind, you know. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad and slaughtered all the Muslim Sufis, great scholars, you know. Why is it that sometimes cultures, and I think Brexit, which we were talking about with Terry, is an example of a sort of a meme that's taken possession of people. So I want to know, can we do an exorcism for these collective memes of darkness?
Yes, yes, very much so. Have you heard of the Ho'oponopono? The kahunas, yeah, the kahunas, the Hawaiian healers.
Can you tell us what it means again, Abla? Because
it's not, they call the Ho'oponopono. It's people who believe that everything that happens to you, it happens because of yourself, you know. So you are creating everything and everybody around you, even places. They have karma, they have all the negative things. So when you go in a place, you know, you can just, they made four prayers. I love you, I thank you, I'm sorry, please forgive me. This is what, you know, you need to just release all your vibration connected to that place or this person or whatever situation. I mean, I've seen magic things happen once the person, you know, experience or practice this. This guy with the Ho'oponopono, he said he used to have people come to him with cancer, and without him touching them, he goes in himself and he forgive himself. I forgive myself completely. And then the people who came to visit him, they heal. So everything and everybody that comes around you has something to do with yourself.
Yeah, we're all connected, aren't we? All of
We
us.
are.
Yeah.
We are. It's strange and it's too difficult to understand, but it is. Yeah. So this is why we can't really point fingers at people or blame anybody.
okay, I've got another question for you both. Okay, so I want to blame the angels education department between lives. So I've read about all these life reviews. You kind of die, you go up to the committee and they say, okay, you did well in incarnation. Well, you made that error and that error. And then you get to go to like a retraining, you know, you can play in the waves a bit, you can do whatever. And then you're sent off to another life. But during that interlife period, they say, I mean, the literature says, you get some sort of schooling. Nice wise angels teach you a few things, how to be better on your next lifetime, right? I mean, we're talking the good ones. I mean, I'm not talking really, really naughty ones that, you know, they get the education. So the good ones that are sort of goodish, they get some training. But it seems to me, and I don't
I get the cage, yeah. They put you on their lap and bam, bam, bam.
But of souls coming into incarnation now is not necessarily very good. Like, I mean, I'm thinking Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage, these people professionally, Steve Bannon, the people that are ruining our world, you know, Netanyahu, these so-called politicians. Who trained them in the last interworld incarnations, and why didn't they teach them ethics? I mean, I'm going to blame the angels for not teaching philosophy.
I'm not sure it is. You know, I've often thought about this, and I used to sit with a meditation group many years ago, back in the 80s.
Yes.
And there was a lady there who occasionally would channel a lovely Native American spirit called Red Eagle. I mean, she's been dead some years now, the channel, and she was a good friend, but she channeled Red Eagle once, and I said to him, if everything is from the same source, where do all these awful people like Hitler and such like come from? What you know, what's happened? There aren't any mistakes. I don't think there are. So is this just some sort of weird bit of excitement and drama that's injected into life? You know, what's the point of it? And he looked at me, Red Eagle looked at me very, very seriously and took my hands and said, not only the creator makes spirits. And I didn't really understand at the time, but I think what he was trying to say was that there are errors that are meant, that there's some quirks in the makeup, which is there to perhaps provide some kind of yardstick for us to gauge ourselves against. You know, if everything was absolutely perfection, what would be the point of being here? It would be just a continuation of
Yes.
of nirvana. There would be absolutely no value to it. So I think that's probably where it originally came from. Occasionally you throw something a bit unpleasant and bizarre into the mix just to make life a bit more interesting, and it serves some sort of purpose, I suppose, in a way. And you get to exercise your choice. Do you listen to this stuff or follow it, or do you follow a higher aspect of yourself, a higher principle? And you know, you learn more by making more errors, maybe. I don't know. It's something that I've kind of toyed with, and it, as I say, it makes some kind of sense somewhere.
Well,
I'm sure.
If I could talk to Red Eagle, the question I'd ask him then would be, thank you, Red Eagle. So who is it that's making all these naughty spirits then? It's not God. So then it has to be something like Lucifer or Ahriman or Iblis, the devil figure, right?
It must be. Agree.
And I'm not sure that I want to go down that route. It is a route that Zoroaster and the dualists have gone down. You know, there's a. I mean, what do you think? Have you ever encountered? And okay, so the question then is, how can we educate that devil figure to make nicer souls? I mean, if you accept that even spirit beings, angels, archangels, I mean, the devil was only Lucifer who fell. He was himself an archangel, Iblis. So he could go through an educational process of becoming good. Right? I mean, he could look at the planet now and say, gosh, I've really screwed that planet up. I've given them COVID. I've given them, nuclear weapons. Gosh, any luck, the world will self-destruct within 100 years. Look, I've won. So devil's sitting there, really arrogant, thinking he's the world up. I want to have a communication with him and tell him to stop and to convert and to become humble and to submit to Allah, or whatever you want to call it, the good force in time. And in my view, I think the devil's ready for that conversion experience. I don't think he actually wants to destroy the world. I think he actually quite likes this world, because you're right, it's fun. We can play.
It's fun.
And if we destroy the planet, we can't be embodied anymore. So
it's interesting. Yeah, I agree with you. It is the flavour, but I'm interested in the something that struck me recently was the story of Judas. We don't hear much of Judas Iscariot in the Bible. Not that I have read the Bible through once. I managed it when I was a primary school child under sufferance, but it's not something I particularly warm to in a lot of cases. There's too much death and gloom in it for me.
You've got to read my commentaries. Got to read my commentaries.
Yeah, but I always had a soft spot for Judas Iscariot, because I thought he had to do the worst job in the world, really. He had to shop his best mate and make sure that he was put to death, basically, and eliminated. And it must have been it is probably the worst job in the universe to have been given. And I tend to think of Lucifer as Judas Iscariot. Oh damn, I've got the short straw. I've got to do this dreadful work, and I'd really rather not. So yeah, it would give me great pleasure to think that maybe he gets the get out of jail free card when he's caused enough confusion here for us to have learned enough lessons and had enough choice to then be able to say, well, that's it, I don't need to do that anymore. I can return to the hallowed halls of heaven as such, and mankind is saved, and the planet isn't completely wiped clean. Or does the planet get wiped clean and some spark of something goes on in a different way, and that's his get out of jail free card?
Well, I hope not.
I hope not.
What do you think about this aliens, and the good aliens and the bad aliens? What is it? What's going on?
Oh, I really do think that they're very much like us, but but just a lot more advanced. And there's good ones and bad ones. I very much feel that I was able to communicate on some level with one of the good ones as an inspirer for many years, who was tremendously helpful and uplifting and inspiring. And even he warned me and said, be very careful who you speak to, because not everyone is who they appear to be. But he gave me a great deal of wisdom, especially when I was raising my two sons from babies, really. And it gave me an extra store of wisdom to call upon at a time when I really needed it.
Did he reveal where he was from? Star system or?
Sirius.
Okay, yeah.
and actually the friend I spoke of earlier, who was the artist, the psychic artist, actually drew a picture of him, which I've managed to preserve. It's not anywhere where I can get at it at the moment, but I'll dig it out. But yeah, it doesn't look quite like a grey. It's got more soul, if that's true. But it's you can see that it's not somebody from this solar system at all.
Yeah, I've been praying for me to be connected or be more aware of them. I mean, I know one of my guides is one because he's so big, he's so tall and amazing, strong. You know, when I'm sitting with them, oh my God! But I never came that close to him. But because I work, you know, this is my profession, so I don't have a lot of time to, you know, to know them, you know, personally. But one day, as I was waking up, my God, I saw a creature was around me, on top of me. And when I seen it, as it was so close, I don't know what he was doing. I screamed and he went. I think it's somebody. And I'm thinking, oh my God, you know, what was he doing in my bed? What was he doing on me? And so I don't know what was that? And was he good or bad or what? I shouldn't have screamed or what? You know, I pray for them and then say, no, go away.
No, I've done that myself. So yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, I actually said, I want some help. I need some comfort and support. And then when somebody turned up, I said, oh no, go away. But I knew, and I'd spoken to Spirit before, and I'd been able to help put people in touch with friends and family that you know they had a need to speak with in the past. So I was kind of okay with the source of the energy. It felt familiar.
Lovely.
But when this ET being came through, it was completely different. I mean, it actually nearly knocked me out. It was the light was so bright, and I couldn't. I was frozen to the spot, and I was, you know, starting to feel the pressure on my chest, and it was quite alarming. But then it softened, and he apologized. I'll say he because I don't know whether it was, you know. And he said, I'm really, you know, apologize for coming in too strongly. You know, I needed to know how to adjust my energy. So I said, okay, forgiven, you know. But yeah, he was tremendously inspiring.
This is how they start. You know, when I first started to start the give healing, you know, the guides come really close and get hold of my spine to give me pain, to tell me, yeah, this is where you need to go. This is where the pain. I thought, wow, you know, like this, what's going on? But then I said, hey, you know, don't do that. And they started to soften. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so come on then.
I don't know if you can hear me. I was asking you if you physically saw this being, or was it with your mind's eye only?
On what?
I did see him. Initially, yes, I did. It wasn't as solid as you would expect to see something like a spirit relation, you know, somebody that's passed over to the spirit world, they're a bit more substantial. This was slightly more ethereal. And as our communication became more fluid, he became less and less visible,
There's more,
and more just thought.
right?
Yes, yes.
Because I suppose it wasn't necessary anymore. I
Exactly.
recognized the energy, the connection that
Yes.
I knew when he was around. I could feel his presence.
Yes.
I did get very gobby with him once and said that, you know, I don't trust you anymore. I don't know. I think someone had put the doubt in my mind and said, you're talking to the devil. And I said, well, I've never met him, don't know who he is. You know, you obviously know more about it than I do. And this particular person said, no, you need to cut the connection. So I said, well, you know, I don't trust your energy anymore. I need to, I can't be doing with all this communication and stuff. I need to be back as a normal person.
Right.
And I felt it was really strange because I felt all this connection just leave me. And it was really strange. It was like being shut in a dark pit.
Like you lost somebody. Yeah.
I'd been there for 2 or 3 days, and I was starting to get a bit scared, a bit depressed, I suppose. And like a lid opened, and a massive chink of light came through, and I saw him put his head through, and he said, "How are you doing down there? Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I said, "Well," I said,
I
hate
miss
to
you.
say, I've missed the connection. I realise the difference now. I know that what I was getting was
It was good.
bona fide. And he said, that's all I needed to hear. And it was as if all the walls just disappeared, evaporated, and I was back in this wonderful light and energy again.
Nice.
So I watched myself after that. I did, you know, I made sure I didn't offend anyone. Didn't say anything unpleasant and untoward, because I thought, well, you've had one warning. If you're not careful, you'll be back there for good.
It's fascinating, this discussion. I want to make 2 comments, if I may. The first is that I've already booked my seat at the first interplanetary philosophy seminar. I've challenged all the aliens out there that may or may not be visiting or listening in on calls like this. Please make yourself known, and let's have you on the Zoom, and let's have a philosophy seminar. You know, surely these beings, if they've cracked the speed of light, if they can travel about in all interdimensional shape-shifting stuff, they must be pretty wise. And I don't see why we can't invite them to actually discuss with our wisdom keepers. I belong to a group that meets, we're a global group called the Wisdom Keepers, and it's run by a friend of mine, Satya, from Canada, who may be joining us later on tonight. And, you know, we would like to talk to their wisdom keepers in the common interests of intergalactic peacemaking. From what I can tell from the literature, I'm not I've dabbled in it. I once tried to set up a UFO college with various people back in the 80s. Simply as a scholar, you know, I don't have an axe to grind on this. I do think there seem to be warring factions visiting from different parts of the galaxy. There's this group from that faction. There's this group from the Pleiades, this group from wherever. And some of them seem to be all warring. And I've read accounts that different factions are fighting for control of this planet, trying to take it over, and all doing psyops against each other. And some are in league with the Israeli military, some with the Americans, some with the British. Some support Brexit, some oppose it. You know, it's all very confusing. And all I would say to them all is, like, let's make peace between all these warring factions and the humans that are supporting or being colonized. I want an intergalactic peace. I don't right to colonize planets in this way, if that's what they do. I think that's wrong. And secondly, our humans have the right to autonomy. We shouldn't be colonized, if that's what's going on. So I think it's time for a Declaration of Independence on the part of humanity. We have
definitely. I think that's a good idea.
and if if there are wisdom keepers among them, let's all meet in Avebury, in the spring, and let's have this out. And they should go off home, as far as I'm concerned. But their wisdom, they're welcome to bring intergalactic planetary wisdom. Let's share it, because there are wisdom keepers on this. It's come a long way, and I don't want to see it destroyed. I'm against planetary destruction prematurely. I want this carrying on for another few tens of millions of years, so we can develop a sophisticated, loving civilization. Men and women, each other, children are raised in happiness and joy. Nature is respected. Animals have beautiful lives. We could turn this planet around to something beautiful, but we have to encourage the power of the wisdom people among us, like the people on this meeting. And we do have to tell any dark forces that are trying to take over and colonize, bugger off. Excuse my English, because it's a bit like you were saying. Was it you, Jean, was saying that you were called to give house clearances? You could. Well, I'm saying we need a planetary house clearing.
Yeah.
And we should. I'd like to get, I don't know, 30 top psychics, you two plus 28 others, from every different culture, every part of the world. Let's do a planetary house clearing and get rid of. I mean, are you in touch with anyone else that can have these conversations? I mean, is anyone suggesting that?
I've not heard. You're the first person I've heard suggest it, and I think it's an excellent idea.
Let's do it. I mean, I know people like you that are working in America, California, Canada, India. Let's get some of these really light sparks who are able to work with these subtle energies together, get a grid going, and let's do the planetary house clearing.
Yeah, definitely. I think it did start that. I'm sure I read a book. I think it was called Destination Planet Earth or something like that. Something to do with Planet Earth. Stuart Holroyd was the author. And I think it was very much in that vein. I'm going way back.
I think I got that. Was it called Blueprint for Landing on Planet Earth? Possibly.
That's the one. Yes. Actually, there is communication in that, where they do actually tune in and do higher work, and have actually sat and meditated in or near to areas where there's been conflict, and it has resolved it. So I do think that is very much a viable proposition.
Actually,
we just need more people to do more of it, really.
Yeah. That's the point of the Druid Orders for Peace and all the others, train people up, because there are people out there.
The problem is, and I totally agree with you. I think the problem is we've got with a lot of groups, not just the Druids, but people certainly in groups, we've got a lot of egotistical rubbish going on.
Yeah.
And I've got caught out like this myself. I actually thought that, various groups and people I met were honourable people, and I've discovered that they aren't, that they are basically who they are, regardless of what titles they hold and what clothing they wear, robes or anything else. If they're obsessed with their own sense of importance and their own greed, then it doesn't matter what they look like, where they're from, what clothes they're wearing, what titles they use, they are corrupt. And I found just as many in the Druid world as I did anywhere else, and it was it was a horrible disappointment for me at the time,
It is.
because I was new to the Druid world and I thought that it was going to be a more honourable institution. Unfortunately, it's as tarnished as everything else is. There are some wonderful, wonderful people with high ideals and great aspirations, and the energy and the power to do it. But they're all equally, there are some right oddballs and not very nice people. So I think you just have to keep gathering together as many of the inspired, honourable people that you can, and do as much work as you can.
Yeah. Have you heard of Bracho? Bracho, he's a Croatian healer. He's a conduit. You know what happens? He stands in front of a congregation, and the people look in his eyes. You know, and he stare to everybody for 2 seconds, and things change to them. And he's actually at the moment he's doing some free sessions, and people, when he has, you know, maybe 300 people coming in one hall, and he, after giving us after giving this session, is called, what is it called? What is it called? The gazing sessions. Yeah, gazing sessions. After he does this, they've noticed that the crime in this area goes down. So a lot of people doing things, you know, here and there and everywhere, but we need to have it more concentrated, maybe more aware of it. I mean, when he comes and do the sessions for free, I put it on my Facebook and tell people healing on all levels, and people, oh, you know, they don't notice it. But I mean, I went to America. I stayed around him for three weeks. I went all, you know, where was it? Honolulu and Hawaii. Is America, is it Honolulu?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I was there. Oh my God, the things that happened. I really loved it. You know, it changed my energy completely. When I came back, people, I don't have to even touch people and they start to cry. You know, saying, oh, habla, you know, but yeah, it was really good. So maybe I can send you the link. Yeah. He's having sessions right now, actually, for free. Yeah, I'll send you the link. It's Braco. I'll put it in the thing.
Put it in the.
Yeah.
But yes, Belinda has said there are many wonderful light workers hidden across the planet.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really good. And you only put the video on, and you stand up and you stare at his eyes, and people even put pictures, you know, bring pictures of people who's unwell and put it like this. And the spirit knows what to do. You know, it's not him really, he's just a conduit to that. Right. Yeah, he's Bracho.me.
Yeah. I want to share a quote from Heraclitus, the philosopher.
Yes.
He said the hidden harmony is best. So, you know, what he meant by that is that the light workers can be scattered, the philosophers. We had a Pythagorean explaining that philosophy means the wisdom of love.
Yes.
So people that are open to the wisdom of love, they may be in different religions, they may be in different countries, different places. It's not like we have to make an order that joins them all up. I mean, that's been tried. Even one religion, you can't make them all Christian or Muslim or whatever. No, we have to accept the diversity. What I'm suggesting is that we find, like, spiritually, tune in to the ones that are awake and who can do the work. Because, you know, there are some people still stuck with ego, fighting their negative energies, like Jean said, pretending to be this or that, but actually they're just causing mayhem and doing the ego and greed game. So you've got to grow out of that. Then you've got to go through all the different grades of whatever religion you're in. But the point is, eventually you come to service. The point of enlightenment what do you do after enlightenment? You have to serve the planet, which is the point of Mahayana Buddhism. You want everyone to reach the level of enlightenment. And that's the only way we're going to save this planet. If enough people are awakened to enter that spirit of mutual service and love. If there are simultaneously dark forces trying to turn this planet into what's going on at the moment, which is selfishness, egotism, greed, nationalism, hatred, ethnic war, religious war, it's like the dark forces are trying to turn everything that's good into something that's evil. That's what we're up against. So we have to be really sneaky. The light workers of the planet have to get very wise very quickly and do what I'm calling this planetary house cleaning. And we have to work in sync so that, and that's why I bothered to organize this meeting and doing it every summer solstice till we get the planet healed, you know. Because there are a growing number of people who've woken up.
Yeah, very much all the time. Yeah. I mean, I get clients now come for readings. Say, I dream of aliens. I'm getting all this and this and that. You know, this last year is a lot of people are waking up, coming to more awareness and stuff. But then the husband, you know, for example, the wife will come and see me. Say, I'm feeling such and such or whatever, but my husband wants to put me in the mental hospital. I say, for God's sake, you come and work with me, I say.
I've actually just written to the psychiatric profession.
Yeah.
I think that every mental hospital, every psychiatric ward in hospitals throughout the UK should have a meditation service training. For the patients. A trained doctor should go into each psychiatric ward once a week and offer training to all the patients. And the evidence is that this works. As I said earlier, the Psychiatric College, the Royal College of Psychiatry in London, they have a spiritual working group that works on this. And the International Psychiatric Fellowship, it's what all psychiatrists join if they're at the top of the profession. They're having a conference in Jerusalem in a few months about spirituality and psychiatric medicine. They've realized that they have to do a different approach. At the moment, they just drug people up, stick them in a ward and leave. You know, it's not healing them. So this is why spiritual cathartic techniques like spirit release and stuff are now being tried and tested, and they're proven to work. So you can tell the husbands that they're, you know, sticking your wife in the psychiatric ward isn't going to help because she'll be doing meditation training there soon.
Yes. Yes. It's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. So,
you know, can I just say about this gazing thing? You know, Brazzo, he never speaks. You know, he just stand there and look at people, and which is the idea is people don't look at each other, don't gaze at their people's eyes. You know, they're always, even when they speak, they put their you know, their eyes down or shy, whatever, and they avoid looking. So it's really great idea. Even philosophy, okay, it's fine, but it's all mind stuff. Healing comes when you are centered, when you're relaxed, when you are in your power, and look and love this person in front of you, just to accept them and love them. So, you know, we waste so much time thinking, you know, we need to just relax. Anyway, so I just wanted to say this, sorry.
Yeah, I totally agree. And if you let your mind intrude, then it kind of messes everything up. You have to kind of transcend the thinking part of you so that it lets the higher aspect do the work. Yeah.
And
that's right.
Jean, you know, your higher self is trying to come close for ages. I could see your face changing.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of keep it together so I
I
can
know, it's
talk.
okay. No, it's okay. You're amongst friends. Come on then.
I won't be able to if I start dropping into a deep trance, I won't be able to speak.
No, actually, the trance is
So,
speaking. No, I'm actually having training for trance.
I used to talk a lot, but actually these days I prefer not to say really very much
Yeah.
because I think words are terribly inferior.
Mm.
You can't explain a lot of the states that you need to be able to connect with and transcend, because there is no way of describing it. It has to be a personal experience.
Sure.
So a lot of the time I don't even attempt to try and explain it. just shrug my shoulders or just grin. It's easier.
Yeah, Belinda was saying many wonderful light workers hidden across the planet. This is what's true. Yeah,
That's true.
yeah, very much, Belinda. I'm glad that I'm glad she's awake. Eh? I thought, you know. Are you still with us?
It is a different language, though. The language, it transcends any physical language. It's a communication beyond thoughts and beyond words, and that's really where I think the best work gets done, because it gets rid of all the sort of cumbersome stuff that we're used to wasting our time with.
Yeah.
And it allows the energy to flow freely.
Yeah.
So have you experienced telepathy, Jean? You work telepathically with people beyond words?
Sure.
I'm not sure I'd call it telepathy, but yeah, I do sense things. And I think that's probably more revealing than anything they're likely to tell me.
There is I don't know if you remember the sword I was given, the Druid sword, which had the words of peace on the blade.
Yeah.
What
I do.
at the time I was given that sword, I'd spent some years researching a dictionary for the words for peace in all different languages. And I've written and published this dictionary. It's on the shelf here. Because unlike you, I love words. I'm a poet and a writer, and words are my profession. So, you know, I want to speak in defense of them. I want to say that words have to be studied really carefully. At the moment, we don't use words properly. People are not trained to use words and language properly. People are not using words correctly because they're lying. Words are meant to reveal the heart, speak peace to each other and truth. And if you love somebody, you want to share that conversation of love.
Yeah.
And of course, it's telepathic as well, and it's touch and all the rest of it. But words are precious, you know. And so I want to speak in defense of words and say that in my research, as a young philosopher, I went to study philosophy at Bristol University, was told to read Wittgenstein and other philosophers of language. And philosophy isn't only about the head, it's about the heart as well, for me. How can we find that common language that we all share? You know, in Arabic, the Sufis say Arabic is the language of God. God creates through Arabic sound. In the Kabbalah, in Hebrew, they say, no, God speaks Hebrew. In the beginning, he creates the world with Hebrew. The Norse runic people say Odin, and he uses the runes. He speaks runic, Norse, Old Anglo-Saxon, and so on and so on. Every culture thinks its language is the pure, the original, the holy. What I've said as a philosopher of peace is we need to put all these sacred languages together Imagine all the different runes of every language on one big table, like a setup. And then we have to interconnect them etymologically. How did Tibet spin off from Chinese? How did Arabic and Hebrew spin off from ancient Egyptian? How are they connected to Ethiopian or Phoenician? All these languages are interconnected. The Celtic. And what I learned anyway, the Druids believe the founder of Druidry was called Phineas Farsane. He was a historical character. And he's written about in Irish legends. He was around at the time of the Tower of Babel. And he passed through the plain of Shinar as they were building the Tower of Babel. And he said, oh dear, this is going to be trouble. At that moment, everybody spoke one common universal language, earth things, right? He said, no, if they build this tower, I can see what's going to happen. God's going to get angry with their presumptuousness and scatter the tribes and make them all. So I better found a language school, preserve the common universal language for humanity. Now that's what the Irish writers say Phineas Farsane did. And he founded the first Druid school to preserve that universal language of the heart, of thought, of purity. And he coded it into old Celtic languages. And that was the origin of Druidry. So when I discovered that legend, it's a legend, you know, we don't know if it's true. I mean, was there a Tower of Babel? It's a myth. But it tells a sort of truth. I believe that in Druidry and in Sufism and in the Kabbalah and in the rituals, in all these wisdom traditions, there is preserved this universal language you're talking about. Pure thought, pure heart energy, pure consciousness, you know, and it predates any specific language system. But if you study the etymology of each sacred language system, you will find traces of that universal language. If you go deeply into Arabic, you sit at the feet of the Sufis, they teach you the meaning of these words. You'll see, yeah, this is the speech of God. You know? Or if you do the same with Hebrew or the Celtic, the Oghams, as they're called. So I just want to throw that into the conversation, you know.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, thank you. Good. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, you know, English being the second language, I'm not very good in Arabic neither, I tell you what. So I appreciate words. And actually, when I came to England, I thought, oh, I want to study, I want to learn words, because sometimes I can't express my feelings. I want to have a certain words to express a certain feeling, and I can't find. Have you got a dictionary that will teach me? You know?
Sure. No, I mean,
the question. Yeah.
The etymological dictionaries is the thing to go to. Yeah.
Somewhere, you know, some book that would say, okay, habla, you know, this is for this. You know what? I think I was autistic, but I'm getting better. I'm really getting better working with spirit, because yeah, anyway.
Let's speak when you're working with a client and your guides give you advice.
Yes.
How do they do that? Do they speak English or Arabic or
Yeah. I mean, in the past, I used to obviously think in Arabic, but when I came to England, I started to, you know, and I translate Arabic to English, but then now it's normal. I think the English comes, but then, you know, because I had my you know, my education in English is not as good as Arabic, obviously, you know, so this is why I find it short. Sometimes I'm short in what to say, but then I manage, so I can, you know, use my hands or whatever, you know, the expressions or the feeling, people understand what I'm saying, really. Yeah.
You're very articulate.
Thank you, sir.
The reason I produced my dictionary of peace terminology is to say, I can send you it. It has words for peace, mediation, reconciliation, but also bigger words like truth, God, goddess,
Yeah, yeah.
all different languages, like 150 languages. Old ones like Sanskrit and you know, ancient Arabic and so on, but also modern German, French, Italian, and so on. And the reason I did it is a sort of planetary education tool, because so many conflicts, I think, come about because people don't understand each other's languages, you know, or key concepts. The Israelis, they don't understand the Palestinians' point of view. They cannot get their heads. They call them terrorists. They don't realize Palestinians are just normal people like everyone else, wanting a life and sick of having bombs dropped on them, you know. So there's got to be a translation work, I think. And that's kind of what for Peace, which is one of the organizations I set up in the 80s, that's what we've been doing. Try and
Maybe I missed the point here. You know, your question was, does the Spirit speak to me in English or Arabic? You know, they speak to you. You will understand it in the language you understand. You know, like for example, if I have a communicator who's Spanish, you know, they will come and he wouldn't speak English, but I will get it in English, in the language that I understand.
I wonder how that works.
I know it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, the other day I was listening to a medium, and she came on the net. She came and she said, "Oh, I've got your grandma here," and my grandma would be Egyptian, yeah, and this one didn't speak English. Anyway, she said, "I got your grandma." I said, "Okay," and she said, "Oh my God, her accent is really strong." I said, "Okay, sorry, it's an Arabic accent." And then she kept giving me some rubbish and blaming it on her accent. And honest to God, but you know, I should have just said, "I'm sorry," but you know, Arabic, even if she speak whatever language, you should understand it in your own language. But I didn't. I just thought, okay, sorry. I kept saying, sorry, she's giving you a hard time. But yeah, it's stupid. And they blame it on the Spirit, you know? No. Yeah.
I mean, it's always puzzled me. So I was really chuffed, Jean, when I got that sword with the words of peace on the blade. You've not seen it, Abra. Because I'd been doing all this research 10 years before about the common languages of peace. And Phineas Fastave founded Druidry to keep that common language. So to me, it was like a validation. It was what I call a sign, and I am.
Yeah.
That we're still on this quest as a humanity to find that common language. You know, we may be a scattered brotherhood or sisterhood of light workers, as said, but we are all on the same team ultimately.
Of course, of course.
For our language.
I mean, we wouldn't have come here if we weren't in the same team, you know, in one room, in 1 minute. It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, so the question is, you know, it's just how we can be more effective. Can I just raise another subject? I think somebody's coming on the call a bit later from New Zealand. They might be joining us.
Yeah, okay.
Just want to know if Spirit has told either of you ladies what the cause of the pandemic is, COVID-19. Because I'm interested in the origins. Where did this come from, do you think? Has Spirit told you?
You know, with me, my spirit guide, they don't talk politics. I'm sorry. I don't know. They don't say nothing like this. So I'll leave it to Jean.
What do you get, Jean, on this pandemic?
I think the only thing that I can say about that really, it was more a kind of observation really that, you know, if we were going to be a culture of blaming, you know, there's always somebody blaming someone else, or one particular group will blame another group, or one country will blame another country. It's almost habitual now, and it struck me that here was a virus which we couldn't see. It didn't have a nationality, it didn't have a colour, it didn't look any particular way or dress any particular way. We couldn't see it. So therefore we had nothing to attack. And it wasn't something we could buy off or manipulate or sweet talk. It would just run its way through the population, and do whatever it needed to do to level the playing field. And it has one aim, and that is for its own survival, regardless of what it does to its host. So I thought maybe, and it was a very sort of outside the box thought, that maybe it was an initial test for us, not itself, but for us to see if we can get past these barriers and actually start communicating properly with each other across the barriers that we've put in place, which are invisible barriers, really. You know, we can't communicate with that country because they speak a different language, or they wear different clothes, have different customs, different religion, whatever. You know, we come up with this obsession with the differences rather than actually looking at the similarities and realizing that we're all part of humanity. So I wondered if perhaps it was a test to see if we could actually get out of our own way, and stop looking at everything from an ego perspective, and whether we were going to show any signs of being able to properly communicate across the planet once again, like we've done in the past.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Also, you know, it gave people a chance to learn about each other, to be sitting, you know, in the home for a long time with your husband or with wife or the kids. We get to know each other, good or bad. They've got to learn something. And whether it's good for them or not, you know, they make changes, because, you know, we get stuck, we get in the rut, really, you know, so for changes. Yeah, what else?
Yeah, tolerance as well. I mean, we've had to learn tolerance with each other because we've been incarcerated with each other for long periods of time, and it's either murder each other or get on.
Sure.
You know, there was no middle road.
Yeah.
Also, it's brought out tremendous amount of compassion between people. Just in our small community where
Sure.
I live, we've actually, there's been a tremendous spirit of companionship and caring and sharing, people helping each other and looking in on each other and making sure that everyone's cared for and loved. And it's been wonderfully uplifting on some level. And the other thing I liked about what the virus has shown us is that the people that we always thought that were good people have shown themselves up to be less than, which has been tremendously revealing. So I think that's been a positive as well.
Yeah, Belinda said humility. Yeah, very much so.
Cautious humility, yeah. So you're speaking as if the virus is part of God's plan, the divine intelligence sent it in order that we learn these lessons. I mean,
So,
okay, so
I mean, I kind of look upon nature as being, I mean, I look upon the virus as part of the natural progression of nature,
right.
moving about the earth. And I don't know, this is probably just me, but I tend to think of nature as being its own entity, it makes its own decisions. It operates on its own time scale and agenda and vibration, and it's kind of doesn't conform to the same laws that the people do. So
let's give Gaia to that divine intelligence of nature. So in a sense, it's Gaia fighting back against humanity's arrogance.
I've always said that the planet will, if we become a pestilence, the planet will do away with us. I've always thought that. I've always believed that.
Yeah,
whether it's true or not, I don't know. But the planet will do just fine without us. We're the pestilence. We really are. And we need to be made aware of that, and so that it flips our sense of responsibility and our sense of awareness and compassion towards each other and the planet, and the animal and plant kingdoms. We need to be given an ultimatum. You know, we have to be given an opportunity that we can't refuse.
That's there's a lot of wisdom in that approach. Yeah. I have another question though, because having got ready.
Can I just say something? You know, for many years, just before the this pandemic, for many years we heard that the end of the world is coming. You remember, you know, we were expecting this, and people says lots of people will die. So we were expecting something similar to the pandemic, to this virus, but we didn't know what. So it comes, and then what is it? This number 5 is GA, what something 5?
5G.
Yeah, the 5G. You know, all these things that making a difference to everybody. In my life, the virus doesn't exist. I never acknowledge it. I never think it, and people never stopped coming to see me, and that's it. You know, I kiss people, whatever, a hug. Nothing bad happened, thank goodness. But I'm just saying, it's up to you. You can have the virus. You can have fear. You can whatever you choose is good for you. That's it.
So neither of you know anyone personally who's got it or died of it. It's not.
I do, yes. Yeah, I've had 2 people that I knew die as a result of contracting it. One was quite frail physically, and the other one wasn't. So you know, make of that what you want, I suppose. I'm not sure how to look at it, but you know, that was, and then the conspiracy popped up from somebody I know, said, oh well, they put COVID on the death certificate even if it isn't. And I said, well, yeah, but that's the same with any death. You know, they might have lots of other things wrong with them, but it's the thing that kills them which takes precedence on the death certificate. So, you know, maybe those people would have limped along for a great deal longer, until, I know, something in them packed up. But hey ho, it happened to be a virus. I mean, it's tragic in that they were people that I knew, one that I was particularly close to. So that was quite traumatic for me in that way. And I'm sure I know people who've lost loved ones, and it is absolutely traumatic. It really is. And my heart goes out to anyone that's lost someone as a result of them being ill, or being fragile, and the virus ending their life. It's not something to cheer about, I suppose. But by the same token, I feel very much, as Abla has said, that if you become fearful, I think we live in a world at the moment where we're driven by fear. And I think fear is the most obvious thing that weakens your constitution and your mindset, and allows these things to enter. And I had this conversation yesterday with somebody I know who said that because I've had the vaccination, I've had my 2 vaccinations, and he was telling me, "Oh, you've done that because you're afraid." I'm not afraid. I'm not having the vaccine. And I said, "Well, that's your choice. If you're perfectly entitled to choose what you want to do with your life, but I haven't chosen it out of fear. I made an informed choice."
Yes, yes.
Based on a scientific background, which was my first career.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, knowing and respecting friends that I still have who still work in the scientific world and in research and health, who said, it's a good idea. It's the best thing really that is available at the moment to limit the spread. So I take it on good advice, but it's not driven by fear.
Jean, what did you do as a scientist? Did you train in biology, or what?
Oh no, I was just a general lab technician. So I started off in education and health, and then went into research on the fringes, really, just one of the general white coated minions that helps in the laboratory practices. But it taught me enough to be able to make reasonably well thought out decisions about what I would and wouldn't do with my body, and what I would and wouldn't tolerate.
Big debate about all this, and I have all sides of the argument. Will I take the vaccine? Won't I? And the other question that we haven't discussed is, was the vaccine a result of a lab leak? Was it human engineered in a biological way, or was it just totally from nature? I think those are interesting questions, and I don't know the answer, but I'm
Who knows?
maybe somebody does,
I think the viruses, well, things do mutate. They mutate very fast. They don't have all the extra processes to perform that other living things do. They have one job, and they do it very well, and therefore they can choose a host, whatever it is, and they can diversify really quickly, because that is what they do, and it's not out of any kind of malice or personal decision. It's just that's the way they survive. and multiply, and they get to a peak quantity or development, and then they mutate again, and that's what they've been doing since the dawn of time, and will carry on doing that. And we're always going to be several steps behind, because we can't see into the future far enough to decide what they're going to do. But they all have a common signature overall. So therefore, there can be some prediction, from what I understand from colleagues, that they can actually research labs can keep up to date to a large extent by recognizing the signature of these groups of viruses, and it only takes a small amount of research and investigation to adapt a vaccination formula to fit the new design of virus. So I don't think they wait until there's a virus to go, oh, quick, we've got to find a vaccination for this. They're working at it all the time. And I think that's another thing that I've heard from people, where they think that they just suddenly start working on these viruses when they appear, but they're working at it all the time and developing new treatments based on the variations of the different strains that they recognize.
I have a really one question to ask both you and Abla, and anyone else on the call that wants to join in. So I've set up this thing, the International Commission of Inquiry into the etiology of COVID-19. I want to know its origin. Is it man-made? Is it an accident? Now, can I commission you both to contact the spirit of the virus, tune into it, and ask it where it came from? And was it in a lab, or was it in the woods with pangolins and the bats? Okay, so it's a serious challenge to you both. You don't have to do it this second. You can do it. Just let me know. I mean, I don't know if you can communicate with viruses like that. They have a consciousness, a thought behind them, or what? I suppose if it was man-made in labs, then you could communicate with the soul of the scientist who made it, and it might carry the signature. You might be able to see in the virus, oh yeah, we came from Fort Detrick in America. You know that? Or whatever. They might say, no, we came from the Wuhan lab.
It's not in the lab.
You don't see it coming from the lab.
No, this is what. No, it's not.
Where did it
I
come?
don't think it's from a lab either.
Where did it come from, Abla? What's it saying to you?
I think it's a natural progression.
No idea, but I don't know. Not in that.
I just think it's taken a detour to see where it can get to. It's just surviving, and we happen to be a suitable host, because it hasn't decimated the animal and plant kingdom. It's just us, which I think is quite interesting, because you do get crossovers of things, but the crossovers that have happened in the past, I mean, the Black Death is probably the only one I can think of at the moment where it's crossed over from rats to the human population. Yeah. But this hasn't. It doesn't exist in the animal kingdom at all. It's just perfectly designed for us. If that's how you're going to think of it. Although I'm not sure
one of the
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure it has been designed. I think it's just a lucky strike.
Well, I'm an academic, so I'm going to suspend judgment. I mean, I'm
Okay.
channeling your particular views, and I thank you for that.
Yes.
If you can send me it in writing, go away next week, send me the pathway that you think this thing has followed. If you can get the biography of the virus out of it through channeling, and you can call in some ET help, they might be able to help with this. You know,
I think it's kind of, I think it's pretty much run its course. I think it's about to change again, and I think it will become less of an issue for us. I think it will go off in a different direction.
Good. That's good.
That's my personal feelings, but
Yes,
I mean,
mine.
who knows?
right, obviously, and we get back to normal. So what would you say to all the people that are terrified of getting a vaccination because they've read reports that thousands of people died from them, have you know, lots of illnesses caused by the actual vaccination? There's people out there saying that you know, they're very dangerous, these vaccinations. Would you say that's all just fake news or hysteria and you shouldn't believe it? What should I tell people like that?
It's just individual. Whoever wants one, they're entitled to get it. And I mean, with me, I don't want anybody to force me to do anything. It's my body. I don't want anybody to you know, to say yes, I have to, or I have to have the vaccine. No way. You know.
So will you have it?
It's illegal for a doctor to say you have to have this. It's illegal.
Right.
You have to have the vaccine. It's our body.
There is some,
It has to be a personal choice. It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to.
Yeah, I think
mean,
so. I
heard
think that's absolutely right.
I've heard of somebody taking the Queen, you know, taking the government to court because of that, and they won the case. So I don't know.
You mean they were trying to force the Queen to have it, and she said no?
Yeah, no, they saying that this law that have, you know, people have to have the vaccine is
Right.
wrong. So, yeah.
I mean, there will always be some kind of manipulation going on behind the scenes. I read an article today where they're going to only let people who've had the full 2 doses of vaccine, whichever one they're having. They're going to be the only ones that are going to be allowed to travel and move about freely. And everybody else is going to be restricted, which sounds like more manipulation to me.
Sure.
But then again, I also read something about one of the particular vaccines. I think it's the AstraZeneca one. That they're now starting to scare people and say, well, it's not going to be allowed. You can't travel if you've had that because it's not assured that it's foolproof. But then nothing is foolproof.
Exactly.
You know, it's all very much to according to the individual's constitution. So I don't I don't know. You just got to do what your heart tells you to do.
I'm still undecided.
Go with that.
I can't decide. I'm suspending judgment. I have another question. That since you're both spiritual healers, and in Abla's case, I know a very powerful one. Have either of you or heard of yourself done? If somebody has COVID and they've got the actual symptoms, you know, they've got the coughing, blah, would spiritual healing be able to help them? has anyone tried, you know, like, because suddenly all, I mean, I have a faith in spiritual healing. I know it works. Why can't we deal with this thing spiritually? Has anyone tried?
No, it's virus. It doesn't. Spiritual healing wouldn't heal the virus because
Why? I mean, it's
why? Because
Yeah,
it's like
I agree with
infection.
Abla. Yeah,
Infection.
I agree with you, Abla. I actually did consider that, and I posed it to not the virus itself, but obviously a mindset that I thought might be behind the virus. And
Right.
the only inspiration I got back was that basically it has its own course to run, and it serves a purpose, whatever that is, and therefore, you know, you can't effect any real actual change on that itself, but you can with the people.
Yeah.
You can help people to recover, you can help people to be more compassionate, you can make people more conscious and caring towards their fellow man. You know, you have to look at it from that perspective rather than just going straight for the virus itself.
Yeah, but also there is lots of things, you know, why people get this virus is because the immune system is weak. So to strengthen the immune system, there's lots of different things that one can take. The vitamin C, the B17, loads of things that I can't think of anything, you know, I can't think of them now. The black, the black seed, no, there is a herb, it's oil. I've got some here. The black something. It's an Arabic oil as well. It heals everything. It's good for the lungs, for the breathing. What else? Loads of things that you can take for a vitamin. What is it? Yeah, and a lot of things that one can take. They say lemons also. What else, Jean? Jean is gone? No, she's here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my battery's going flat.
That's fine,
So
don't worry. Yeah,
I'm
so
just
lots of
plugging
things.
in.
Check it out. There is lots of things that you can get the immune system to be strong, and it won't touch you. You know, it won't touch you, this virus.
There are some people.
I think it's dependent upon your mindset, really.
Yeah.
Is how effective your strengthening of your immune system will be, because you can take anything you want under the sun. But if you have a very negative outlook, if you're very if your self-care isn't really up to scratch, and you have, you know, rather a gloomy prospect and outlook on life, then I don't think anything really is going to help as such. You know, you can have the most fantastic care in the world, and absolutely every drug or vitamin that you can possibly get your hands on, but if you've made up your mind that you're going to suffer, then you more than likely will. I mean, that happens with absolutely anything. You know, you get people who just self-sabotage, and that comes from within.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. So sorry, you're stuck, Thomas. We can't help you.
Thank you.
Start praying, okay? On your knees, mate.
I do pray. I tend to, you know,
I'm just joking with you.
I tend to use a chair. I do a commentary. I'm going to read you a passage. Let me read you a poem, and we might.
Okay.
We'll end with a couple of poems, and then we'll close down and have a break. Those carry on.
I have a break to go to sleep. Eh?
Yes, sleep, definitely sleep.
Right, a couple of poems, one by Rumi and one by myself.
Let's have the by myself, that one first. All by myself, I don't want to be.
Anyone else wants to read a okay.
All by myself anymore.
Right.
Carry on. Okay.
Right, this one is called What Have I Got Left?
Oh dear. Okay. It's not gonna work, okay? with this attitude, nothing gets worse. Sorry. Okay.
Well, I tell you what, Rabla, I'll give you the poems run from number 637 to 737. You choose a number.
Oh, okay. No, carry on. You chose this one. Let's hear it.
No.
You chose it. You chose it for a
Let's
reason.
hear
Now
it.
you can't sneak out of that one. You chose it for a reason.
Exactly.
You're going to
Yeah.
give it to us now.
Come on. Yes, please.
My poetry reading is,
Don't be shy. Come on. Take a deep breath.
sure.
Mhm.
Right, so this is a poem by Rumi I'm going to read. It's called A Mouse and a Frog. A mouse and a frog meet every morning on the riverbank. They sit in a nook of the ground and talk. Each morning, the second they see each other, they open easily, telling stories and dreams and secrets, empty of any fear or suspicious holding back. To watch and listen to those two is to understand how, as it's written, sometimes when two beings come together, Christ becomes visible. The mouse starts telling of a story, laughing out loud he hasn't thought of in 5 years. And the telling might take 5 years too. There's no blocking the speech flow river running, all carrying momentum that true intimacy is. Bitterness doesn't have a chance with those two. The God messenger, Kidder, touches a roasted fish. It leaps off the grill back into the waters. Friend sits by friend, and the tablets appear. They read the mysteries off each other's foreheads. But one day the mouse complains. There are times when I want soccer bread, and you're out in the water, jumping around where you can't hear me. We meet at this appointed time, but the text says, lovers pray constantly. Once a week, once a day, 5 times an hour is not enough. Fish like us need the ocean around us. The camel bells say, let's meet back here Thursday night. Ridiculous. They jingle together continuously, talking while the camel walks. Do you pay regular visits to yourself? Don't argue or answer rationally. Let us die, and dying reply.
Yay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well done, sir.
Next, please.
Well, I will read one of mine if you insist before I
Yes,
close.
yes, sure. One of yours.
Try not to interrupt if that's possible. Okay. Well, okay. This is poem number 689. Forget, never can I. Whatever wondering being gets through the filters of ordinary forgetting, and we stop for 1 second the ignoring of everything other. Or mind alights like a balloon on a magic journey towards a carnival of endless possibilities. But it never touches down. The balloon is always flying, yet never alighting. The soul always dreaming like spires amid somnambulant villages. Yet you have to run faster and faster just to catch up with wherever you've already been to, and to remember all the thoughts you've already forgotten.
Yes.
The moon is paused above, full of conjurers and sad white pierrots, chalked forever like the moon. And a violin playing an absurd minor key to an accelerating tune like Paganini entertaining a strange guest. No wonder it can't touch down. Soul mirrors would burn up everything in a flash of incandescence. There has to be a truce instead in this ancient war among the angels. A tree that burns and yet is not consumed. A walking between zones and walls out of prison. A language no longer in code that speaks out of truth, the color of water. There we have it. It's called Forget, Never Can I. Thank you. Does anyone else have a poem to finish this night? We'll convene towards dawn for the sunrise, for those that want to come back.
Is there somebody's coming now? Is there somebody that will join you? What time?
I think people will come back in the morning. There's a few other speakers due at that time.
Yeah, well, what time in the morning? Because I'm busy at 10.
Oh, you know, it'll be before that. We close at 9 in the morning. So come back anytime when you get up.
Okay, okay. When I get up, okay. In my pajamas?
Why not? You know, yeah. But I'd like to thank everyone anyway for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite. I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and
Yeah. Thank you for adding me on late.
No, it's
Nice
been.
to meet you,
Thank you
Jean.
for adding me on. Yeah.
And does anyone else want to unmute and say something?
Yeah, Belinda said thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, bless you too, Belinda, and we'll see you back. Maybe we'll start about. I'll be back on at, you know, dawn here about 5, something ridiculous. So.
5:30. Oh my God. Okay.
But we're ahead of.
Go to sleep.
Right. Well,
go to sleep.
so,
I'm hypnotizing you.
okay. My best. Okay, shalom. Good night.
Salam.
See you in.
Good night.
Night.
Good
Thank you.
night
Nice
to
to
you.
meet you, Jean. God bless. Talk
Nice
another
to meet
time.
you too, Abla. Yeah.
Bye-bye. Night, night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.